But if someone was, it would be him. We all know.
It's canon at this point. We are currently in a party with the sexual sadist.
Renwick's going to go hunt down Ariel now, isn't he?
I actually had that thought at one point, not specifically like the tentacle hand part, but just being like oh, that would be funny. Like Renwick finds another random female halfling pirate and has a romantic relationship, and then I could make Sean roleplay romantic scenes with me, and it would be adorable.
For the record, Sean only writes tragedies.
Would it be adorable or would it be hentai?
Well, now it would be hentai, but to be fair, I had this thought way before I had a tentacle hand.
Are you trying to imply that hentai can't be romantic?
No, I'm just... God damn it.
Oh, boy.
You know, I got nothing.
I mean, hey, man, if oysters can be aphrodisiacs, why not octopus, right?
I mean, Dr. Zoidberg got laid, didn't he?
Why not Zoidberg? Why not Renwick?
Well, the only question would be, did she smell fishy before or after the hand job?
Oh.
What if the answer is both? What if before it's like tuna, but afterwards it's like albacore, you know?
Well, I mean, he definitely going to have to find somebody with the right kink.
Or a matching hand.
Yeah, how do you know Renwick's not into butt play? He could find another tentacle hand halfling pirate, right, Sean? Maybe Ariel's got a secret we're not aware of.
I mean...
Is that why she was wearing a glove the whole time? Is she one of me?
I mean, there are a lot of sphincters in the ocean when you think about it.
Seriously. A lot of blowholes, too. Just saying.
You thought that dolphin was going to rape me? Hell no.
You never saw it coming. You should have heard the squeaks.
Where I come from means yes.
Do you guys think that Anthony's thinking about us in the shower the same way that Alec does?
Can't even deny it.
Yeah, I mean, you literally admitted it. It's on tape.
It's on the internet forever.
It really is.
If we had, fans, there would be a whole lot of fan art of that.
Oh yeah. Can you imagine?
I don't want
somebody just shipping. I imagine like a cartoon of you with a thought bubble, and it's Gladier and a dolphin at this point. So this conversation's devolved down a really weird path, and I'm a little high.
It has.
The mind wanders. I still picture you with a tail, though. That really fucked me up.
There actually is. There's a subclass, or not a subclass, I guess, like a race variant. That's the word I'm looking for. In the regular player's handbook, it's the Dragonborns don't have tails, but there are variants, and I think they're all the Dragonborns on like the older editions had tails too, but in
So-
5e there's only variants that have tails.
Yeah, that became the race distinction between Dragonborn and what the fuck did they call them in Critical Role Campaign 1? Ravenites?
It's Revenant.
Yeah, the Revenites. So you're a
Yeah.
Revenite. You're not even a Dragonborn. We're all
No,
fucking
I'm-
racist.
No, I'm Dragonborn. The Revenites were the ones with tails, I think, right? Or were the Revenites?
Or was it the other way around? Yeah. Now I'm confused. Maybe that wasn't a race. Maybe that was more of a social class type thing.
The Explorer's Guide to Wildmount. Let me get it.
You know, that was pretty brutal, by the way. Like, I mean, you know how they have guests come and go, or you know, Pike kind of has a few episodes where she can't really play it out. You know, it's pretty brutal to just kill him off mic. You know.
Yeah. I mean,
Well,
kind
he brought it on.
I was
Um,
going to say, are we talking about Tiberius?
Yeah, that's what. Sorry.
Yeah. I think that's
Do
where
we
the
know
confusion
exactly
comes
what
in.
he did to like get himself killed off? I know that he was abrasive and kind of a dickhead, but like, does anybody have the hard details on that?
I watched.
So he left the show for being inappropriate, like when he said to Laura and stuff that he had a chubby. And I guess if you watch Travis at that moment, you know, it's you don't say that to my wife. So with the cheating, the metagaming, because he would get spell points back that he didn't have. He would alter his spells when he wasn't supposed to be able to. He talked over and always wanted to be an integral part of everything until Marisha took over. And then, you know, just inappropriate comments. He left the show and then he had like a drug issue and he stole money from fans and he tried to sue somebody for some shirt they made.
Yeah,
And
because somebody made a shirt with like like the stickers like "Hello, my name is whatever" that you fill in when you go to like a conference or like a church or something. Someone put like "Hello, my name is" and that his like catchphrase like "I'm Tiberius."
Tiberius from Draconia.
Yeah, and he tried to sue them for intellectual in I can't say that word right now. Fuck, my brain is messed.
IP, we got you.
Yeah, that, which is like total bullshit because it was before the show was even like it was like kind of big, but it wasn't like huge. So he just got like a big head about it.
Yep, and I mean, if he was a druggie, it sure as hell didn't help. So he's probably looking for a way to build on that. And according to the Critical Role wiki, Ravenites are Dragonborn without tails, and the Dragonborn with tails ruled and were called Dracone Blood.
Yeah,
And that's, I think, why we always assumed you had a tail.
yeah.
We don't read books, we listen to podcasts.
So technically, according to, I don't know if we're using wild mount rules, but technically, according to the Critical Role Revenite, I have dark vision. But I think the normal Dragonborns on like PHP do not have dark vision, so I've just been going with that.
Yeah, you would have had to declare yourself a Ravenite beforehand.
Yep, too late. Should have read better.
That's why I went through every tiefling subclass until I found the one I
yeah.
like.
All right. Well, looks like everybody's here. You guys ready for a recap or what?
Let's do it.
Okay, so last session began in Northside Tuscargo, Renwick's hometown, within the Crooked Cock, Renwick's family's tavern. After a bit of dialogue and a close call with a small crowd of greys, the party decides to shut down and lock up the tavern, and with Arthur Shunpike in tow, they return to the Dawn Treader and set sail. After a few days at sea, the party encounters an interplanar traveler in much need of a short rest. The elf, known as Zeriotal Yaxilius, parted with a handful of baubles in return for some conversation and the party's hospitality. He then takes to the sky once more, and the party then pressed on. A brief encounter at Greenhill, where the party and ship were identified as pirates, causes the party to head back out to sea and towards an abandoned and deserted jungle island, only a day or so worth of travel away. It is here, after a bit of prep and speculating, that the party re-encounters the emissary of the Kraken, Master in tow. The Kraken reveals that the aboleth the party had previously encountered is an old enemy, and that upon its return to the ocean plain, it had reclaimed its old territory, much to the disdain of this tyrannical entity. Fascinated by his enemy's newfound prowess after being locked upon the material plane for a millennia, the Kraken comes seeking to improve its own knowledge and powers. After agreeing to be the ancient entity's eyes and ears upon the material plane, as well as owe it a single favor, a dark deal was struck amongst the entity, Renwick, and in true the price is double fashion, also Arthur Shunpike. The deal being done, leaving both Renwick and Arthur with a few new deformities, the party makes with all haste back to the Dawn Treader and the open sea, heading towards Hero's Perch. And that is where we are now. So, as we kind of get started, Logos, go ahead and roll me a d12 to determine kind of what the weather is like. It is still nighttime, the stars are out, you guys are sailing in the evening. And before Renwick gives me a sailing check, I'll have a Locris, Blade, and Gladier. You can choose acrobatics or athletics, but give me a check of one or the other.
I got 12 on the D12.
$21 athletics for Glader.
It sounds like you guys are hauling ass trying to save Arthur with those rolls.
Okay, looking good. We got looks like a 19 and a 19. What did you get, Gladier? Say that again.
21 athletics.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, as Renwick kind of barks out a command, you guys are on top of it. You are quick, you are on point, and after finally a couple of weeks at the open sea, you guys are finally starting to pick up how to sail a bit. Renwick, you can make your sailing check with advantage.
That is a 12 and a 14. I rolled an 8 and a 6.
So you guys kind of press on, kind of shook by your more recent encounter. You press on through the night, and the sun, the rest of the night is uneventful. The sun kind of crests upon the horizon, and as the sun rises, you guys kind of come to your senses, a little less panic in the air, but as the sun does rise, with it upon the ocean begins a light fog begins to roll in, and currently, after a bit of sailing, slowly but surely begins to get thicker and thicker, and eventually you are kind of in an overcast gray sky, sailing through a dense fog at a moderate pace. The winds aren't super high, but the it is still relatively early morning.
I guess Renwick would call up to Logus and see if maybe from a higher vantage point he's got eyes on anything.
Would I make a straight perception roll, or would it be disadvantaged because of the fog?
Currently you are sitting just above the fog. The fog is, it's starting to get thicker as you guys progress, but go ahead and give me a perception check.
Let's see. What's going to be a lucky? I'm going to go with my pink one. That's a 4 plus 10, 14.
All you see kind of around you as this Dawn Treader sails forth is encroaching clouds, like encroaching fog all around you. It just seems you're set to sail through a patch of dense fog today. It doesn't seem like it's the brightest or clearest of weather, but you don't see anything in particular, just a bunch of fog.
Looks good, Captain. It's just looks like really dense fog all around us. Don't see anything moving as of yet.
All right. Well, as we move forward, I guess keep an eye on the front of the ship. We want to make sure we're not going to run into anything. God only knows what's lying in this fog. And I guess Renwick's going to try to basically just kind of keep navigating through the fog. He'll keep eyes out, but I don't think there's much we can do.
Okay, so as you guys kind of sail through this thick fog, Logos, even you up top, eventually are encompassed in it. Everybody, go ahead and give me perception checks.
Uh, 14 plus 10, 24.
Natty 1, but I'm a halfling. We're at 24.
11 for Locris.
And for Blade.
Oh, 15 for me. I think Blade's at 10.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so Locris and Blade, I'm gonna need you to both. Let's see here. Let me double check this. Go ahead and both of you give me dexterity saving throws.
$22 for Blade.
21 for Locris.
So as you guys are just kind of going about your duties, making sure the captain's orders are met, a bit of a cold chill hits the air around you, and suddenly you find yourself being attacked as from seemingly the fog itself. A cold beam of energy just kind of erupts all around you. The two of you go ahead and you pass your save, so it is going to be a flat 10 cold damage. But Locris, I believe you're resistant, so it'll be 5. The rest of the party, everybody go ahead and roll initiative after that. It looks to be rolling in with the fog, silent and unseen. A swarm of fog mephits has made their way not only onto the ship, but each member of the party in this thick fog finds themselves surrounded by a trio. Even Logos up in the crow's nest. These flying creatures hover at head level as they a trio of each of them surrounds every member of the party on deck.
22 initiative for Locris.
"24 for Renwick."
$15 for Blade.
$19 for Logus.
Well, while we're setting this up, if you guys remember the cheesy one-shot that I did, I used magma methods in that. And those things are dickheads when you feel like being a dickhead, so buckle up.
This is the first time I've ever heard of a method.
It's a 19 for later. Dice are on fire tonight.
Logos, what did you have again?
A 19 as well.
So I'm gonna assume you have much better decks than Gladiator, correct?
Oh yeah,
I have a +1 to Dex.
I have a +0.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I have a +5 to Dex. Or we can settle it rollies, do whatever you want.
No, you can go first.
We might need the meat shield to get up in the front.
I mean, if you want to let me go first, I'll go first. Yeah, I mean that's. I think we can just decide, or I guess it's up to DM. DM, can we decide who goes first, or is it just depend on decks?
You can hold an action if you want, or hold initiative rather. You can let him go first if you want. I prefer to do that when I'm a caster because most casters are like support.
I guess it makes sense if I go first because I'll probably spot them before you.
Okay, yeah. No, yeah, you can go first.
Okay, so Renwick, top of the round is you. You are currently surrounded by these flying fog mephits. They seem to be very blurry and like ethereal. They're in this thick of fog where their body begins and ends. It's very difficult to tell. But you can tell that there are a trio currently surrounding you, looking quite aggressive, as if they are about to attack. The fog at this point is so thick you can only see actually visually 10 feet in any direction. So you are at the helm and you cannot see any member of the crew. In fact, you can barely see past the upper deck of the helm. Aside from that, what do you do?
Is it assumed at this moment that Arthur is below deck?
You're not sure where Arthur is at this moment.
Okay. Fair enough. Well, I imagine he draws his rapier and his hand crossbow in that instant. It's just a like full-blown rage at this point. Like you see the tentacles wrap around the handle of Polaris, and he just pulls it out and calls out to the the crew through the fog, and he's just like, "We don't have time for this. Make this quick." And lunges out. We'll say at the one to the east.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
13.
That hits.
Oh no shit! All right, sweet. That's gonna be
Wait. Attack roll. My bad. An attack roll with disadvantage. Sorry.
disadvantage. That's not fun. Natural 20, so still
Okay,
13.
Still hits. Still hits for sure.
All right, sweet. That is a 7 plus 6, 13 plus sneak attack. 6, 5, and 2, 13, so 26 damage.
All right. Well, with 26 damage there, Renwick, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
27.
As you hit this thing, it explodes into like a freezing cold fog area, but it seems to have dissipated or gone for the time being. But you do take 8 points of cold damage. However, that is halved because you passed your save, so it'll be 4 points of cold damage.
I see how it is. You're gonna drop a battle like this right before I get evasion.
I gotta cash in on those dex saves, man.
Fair enough. And he's just gonna stay where he's at. And bonus action, fire the hand crossbow at the one to the north.
Okay, give me an attack roll also with disadvantage.
That's a 23. Oh shit. And a 26. 15 and 18.
That'll do the trick. Go ahead and roll some damage.
I believe that's just a d6. 3 damage.
It seems to wing the creature, but it doesn't slow it much.
Fair enough. I imagine he's just holding hand crossbow toward the one to the north and his rapier toward the one to the south, and he'll just stay there and kind of stand off.
Okay, and moving on down, Locris, you are up. So, Locris, you are currently on the deck as you and Blade were just kind of both heeding to some of Renwick's commands. But Blade, you can see like the silhouette of where Blade is through the fog, but you can't make out any of Blade's features from where you currently are. And a trio of these mephits floating head side at about head level have kind of targeted you and are the source of the cold damage you had taken before. What do you do?
So being pissed off at getting hit with cold damage, gonna swing my shield onto my arm, call forth my weapon, take swings starting with the one on my right.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll with disadvantage.
Uh, 21.
Fucking A, that'll hit.
12 into 15. Hey. 8. Uh, 9. Piercing damage.
Total?
Yes, because I didn't hex.
Oh, okay. So that's what I was waiting for. So, yeah, you definitely find purchase with this air-like creature, but maybe not as much as you had hoped. It is not a very large creature. It's roughly, maybe Renwick sized with wings, but is kind of hard to discern it through the fog. But after you have made solid contact with it, it briefly becomes a lot more visible. You can definitely see the outline of this creature a lot better after you've struck it.
I will I'll take a second attack.
Second attack, not with disadvantage.
Reroll. 24 on that one.
That will hit.
And that one is going to be for 12 piercing damage.
Locris, as you pummel this thing with another blow, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw.
Well,
you would take 8 cold damage, but that is halved to 4, and then halved again due to your resistance. So 2 total cold damage. As you strike this creature a second time, it explodes in like a cold wave of energy that kind of just emanates through the fog.
and that will end my turn.
Okay, moving on down. It is actually the Mephits. All right, so I'm gonna make some attacks here. Luckily, they don't have the best thing. So actually, Gladier, I need you to give me 3 separate dexterity saving throws.
Wonderful, because I'm so dexterous. Oh, that's not bad. I mean, all these are straight rolls, but wait, are these saving throws or checks? I'm sorry.
Dex saving throws, 3 of them.
Oh, okay. So I get a +3 on my saving throws. So that's a 19, a natural 1,
Okay, 1 pass, 1 fail.
and a 21.
Okay, so you take total. So you'll take a D8 for each. So let me roll this out real quick. First one is halved, but that's an 8, so you take 4. Second one is just regular, but that's a 2, so that's an additional. So we're at 6. And the last one's a 1, and I can't really half a 1, so you take 7 cold damage. As all 3 of these Mephits release like a wave of cold energy that seems to emanate through the fog and find its way to your person.
Sweet.
Logos, you are high up in the crow's nest, and 3 of them have also surrounded you, and they too unleash a breath of cold, each of them. So go ahead and give me 3 separate dexterity saving throws.
First one is it's 17. Second one is 21. Third one is 26. Rolled a 9, a 13, and an 18. So it'd be 21, 17, and 26.
Okay, so all 3 pass. Grand total, you take 9 cold damage as these Mephits unleash their breath upon you. Locris, let's go to Blade first, actually. Blade, same thing. 3 cold breaths kind of emanate towards you. I need 3 separate dexterity saving throws.
Okay. First one is a 22.
Pass.
Second is a 12.
Also pass.
Oh wow. Okay. And a 24 for the last one.
Okay, so all 3 pass. You take half of the 3d8, which comes out to 7 total.
Got it.
7 total cold damage. And okay, Locris, same deal. Three beams of cold coming at you. Go ahead and give me 3 dexterity saving throws.
I have 2 on me.
You know what? You're right. You only have 2 on you currently. That's why I had saved you and Renwick for last, because you guys had a decreased number. Go ahead and give me 2 dexterity saving throws.
7 and 14.
Okay, so 7 will take the full d8 of damage, which is 5. But you can half that, round down, and then actually a 1 on the last one. So even though you passed, I can't half a 1. You still take 1. And Renwick, same deal. Give me 2 dexterity saving throws as the 2 mephits floating around you unleash a breath of cold that emanates through the fog and reaches out towards your body.
So 14 and a 15.
Both pass, so you only take half, which is 6. 6 total cold damage. And as these guys kind of unleash their cold breaths upon you, Logos, you are up. You are currently in the crow's nest. There's a trio of these creatures kind of attacking you, and unfortunately for you, the fog is so thick at this point, you cannot see the deck of the Dawn Treader nor any of your allies. You're just kind of alone up here for as far as your sight can take you.
So Logan's feeling a little flustered because he's not used to being surrounded. He's gonna start like maybe panicking a little bit, and he's gonna let out a spell from his druid class that he hasn't had a chance to use yet. And I'm gonna cast Thunder Wave. The wave of thunderous force sweeps out from you. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you must make a con save. On a failed save, a creature takes 2d8 thunder damage and is pushed 10 feet away from you. On a successful save, the creature takes half as much and isn't pushed. In addition, unsecured objects that are completely within the area of effect are pushed 10 feet away from you, and the spell emits a thunderous boom audible out to 300 feet.
Okay, so you'll need a con save from me then?
Yes.
Okay, so the way that these 3 have positioned themselves around you, unfortunately, they are up close and on different sides of you, so you're not going to be able to catch only one. So which one would you prefer?
All right, it says 15-foot cube around me. I wouldn't be able to get them all?
Oh, I thought you said cone.
No, it's each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you.
Oh, you're good to go. That'll hit all of them. So you need 3 con saves from me then?
Yeah. 15.
Okay, this is a straight roll for them. So we got a nat 1. That's a fail. We got an 8. That's another fail. We got a 17. So one of the 3 passed.
Okay, so I rolled an 8 and a 5 for the damage, so that is 13 points of damage. And 2 of them are pushed 10 feet away from me, and the one that saved only takes 6 points. 6 points of damage.
Okay, great. Yeah. And as you kind of emit this thunder wave, just kind of bursts forth from you and pushes some of these creatures backwards and definitely doing a good bit of damage.
I'm gonna bonus action Hunter's Mark. The one of the ones I can see, so I don't lose them in the fog. Probably one of the 2 that I pushed away. Either or.
Okay, yeah. We'll say the one to the on the eastern side of you.
And that's my turn.
All right, moving on down in initiative, Gladier. You are surrounded by these creatures, and you're, far as you can see anyway, you are the only member of the crew on the poop deck. It's just fog in all directions. You can't really put eyes on any of your allies at this moment, but you do see 3 fog-like creatures swirling and dancing around you, trying to attack.
Okay. I got a question. If I took just one 5 foot step back movement backwards, I know I'd get an attack of opportunity, I'm sure, from one of them. I don't know. But if I did that, would a 15-foot cone hit all 3 from that point? Like just moving on like 5 feet back towards uh the stern of the ship?
I'd
So
say
to my member.
from that spot you could position it to hit 2, but all 3 might be a stretch.
Okay. No, that's fair enough. Um in that case, I'm just gonna do regular attacks. Just hike my shield up, swing my sword around. The one to the right of me. So, sorry, let me check my cheat sheet because I'm terrible at remembering things. The starboard side.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll with disadvantage.
Disadvantage. Oh, I forgot about that. Shield. Maybe I should have taken a chance. Oh, that's. Oh, wait, I think that might actually hit. Wait, with disadvantage, it's a 13.
And
I'm sorry, 14.
that does hit.
All right. So that's 1d8. That is 11. Have we gotten a long rest since we haven't gotten a long rest? No, since Emissary, we got a long.
You long rested before the emissary, and then you fled as fast as you could across the sea. And this is the following morning, but you guys didn't find much sleep recently. But you guys, within the last 24 hours, you guys have rested in Blade's magical hut. So you guys aren't quite needing a rest yet, but yeah, you're pushing 24 hours or so here soon.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to see if my spell slots would reset, but I only used one anyway. I'm gonna. So that was 11 damage, and I'm gonna pump a. What is the thing I'm looking for? Divine Smite. That's the word. Pop a Divine Smite into it, so that's an extra D8, 2d8.
Perfect.
Yeah, 2d8 at this level. Or that I'm casting. So 2 more d8, so 11 plus another 11. So 22 damage total.
Go ahead and give me another dexterity saving throw as you strike this thing and it explodes into like some cold energy, just kind of erupts through the fog.
That's a 10.
If it meets, it beats. So you only take half damage, and that is so you take 2 cold damage.
Alright. And I still have one more attack.
Okay.
So since he's destroyed, I'll go for the one directly in front of me, towards the front of the ship.
All right. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Still a disadvantage on that one too.
Correct, with disadvantage.
So that is a 15.
Hits.
All right, so D8. Oh, that's not good. It's only 7 damage.
7 total. All right. Yeah, you find some purchase with this weird fog monster, but not as much as you had hoped. Not as much as when you had cleaved through one with your divine smite.
And you said our visual is like 10 feet right now, right? Because of the fog.
Correct. You cannot currently see any of your allies.
Okay. I think I'm just gonna end my turn there. Probably gonna. I think Glader would take these 2 remaining out before he moved anywhere else.
Okay, so moving on down to the bottom of the round, that will be Blade. You two are surrounded by a trio of these fog methods, and you can, as far as you can somewhat see the silhouette of Locris through the fog, but not much else, and he seems to be being beset upon by similar creatures. So, what do you do?
All right. Blade is going to pull out his lute, take one good strum, and cast Bane.
Nice, well played. So where you can, what's your target here?
Just the 3 that are in front of me.
Okay, great. And what do you need from me?
So I'm hoping these guys aren't charismatic. I need a charisma saving throw of 16.
Okay, so not super charismatic, but I do get a +1 to this. So we got a nat 1 for a 2. That's a fail. A 19 for a dirty 20, and a 6 for a 7. So 2 fails, 1 pass.
Perfect. Well, not really, but all right. So kind of once he's through with that, he'll I know I can't really see any further, but I will call out to inspire Renwick and just say, like, "Oh, Captain, dear Captain, can't you hear? Don't you see? All these flying creatures, get them the fuck away from me!" Like, starting to, like, get pissed off.
Oh, that was pretty good. I like that. Yeah, go ahead and take some inspiration there, Renwick. And speaking of Renwick, we're going to go back to the top of the round, and it is your turn. Let me snap a new pick real quick, and we'll get going.
Well, based on where I was last turn, fuck that method to the north that I already shot once. We're gonna lunge out with a nice little rapier attack there. And that's gonna be a 17 to hit.
17 hits. Go ahead and roll some damage. Did you say you are attacking the one you shot, or you're not?
I am the one to the north that I shot previously.
Okay, perfect.
That is a 13 plus sneak attack, which is an additional 13. Fuck yeah, another 26.
Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as you find purchase with your blade, and this beast, this fog method, just explodes in a area of cold energy, just kind of erupts from its core, and it is no more.
That is a dirty 20.
Okay, so you take half damage, and that's half of 5 will be 2 cold damage.
And then I will bonus action, hand crossbow the remaining method to the south.
Okay, great.
Natty 1, but I reroll ones for 19. And that's d6 for 5 damage
All right.
to the remaining method. And then I'm going to take my movement, and I want to head I guess toward the base of the stairs to the northwest. I'll like step down the stairs and I guess diagonally to the right. So I'd be essentially flanking. Oh man, is that Gladier or Locris? The dark red.
Locris.
Locris. So I would be flanking Locris with the 2 methods, trying to back him up.
Okay, as you do this, do you get an attack of opportunity from the one remaining method?
You do not, because I'm a swashbuckler. So if
Oh.
I've attacked a creature, I can move away from it without incurring.
Oh, well played, sir. So the method just thinks really hard about attacking you as you disappear into the fog yourself. And, all right. Anything else there, Renwick?
I believe that'll do it.
Alrighty. Let me update that real quick. Moving on down. Locris, Renwick conveniently steps out of the fog and is right next to you, but you are still being waylaid by a pair of these methods.
All right. Well, he'll just take a quick look down as something comes scattering out of the fog. And then see it's Renwick, so just attack the one in front of him.
Okay, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
That is a 12.
Well, that hits.
Don't like that one, so I'm going to use my Savage Attacker. Works. 12 damage on that one.
Okay, you find some solid purchase, but it still remains. It dissipates briefly, but comes back together.
And then attack again for 18.
18 hits.
And that's 9 points piercing damage.
Oh, perfect. Right on the money. As you hit this creature a second time, go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw. Also, Renwick, you're just close enough. You also give me a dexterity saving throw.
14.
Is it a 5-foot radius? Or yeah, either way. It's a 21.
Damn, I'm rolling a lot of 5s, so that'll be halved, which will be 2 cold damage, and Locris, you can half that again. So you take a total of 1 cold damage as this creature explodes upon contact.
And that will end my turn.
All right, moving on down to now the methods. Let's see here. That is nope, no breath weapons. So coming at Gladier, let's go with just coming at you with some misty, kind of foggy claws, and let's see. I assume a 9 misses.
Yes, and I'm.
Okay. A 9 and a 5 both miss, I'm sure. These methods are flustered and in your business, but essentially somewhat ineffective. Logos, the 2 methods you had pushed away from you, now return with vigor, back to your side. Let's see here. No. So, does a 17 hit you?
Maybe if it meets, it beats. 17 on the dot.
Okay, 17, and then a 14, and then a 4. So only 1 hit. We're looking at fancy, super hardcore. 4 total cold damage to you. As all 3 of these methods kind of swarm about you and are nipping and scratching and biting at you, but are not the most lethal of creatures, but quite annoying. Moving on down, Locris, you are 1-on-1 with this guy. And he does not get his breath weapon back. I assume a 4 is going to miss. He comes in skittering and chattering, but essentially does not manage to land a blow, though not for his lack of attempt. Moving on down to Blade. Let's see here. No breath weapon, no breath weapon, no breath weapon. So, 3 come in for an attack. We got a 4. Does 18 hit you, Blade?
Is it affected by the Bane?
Oh, you know what? I totally spaced that. Let me roll that another D4. Is it a D4 or a D6?
D4.
Okay, so a 16. Does a 16 hit you?
Damn, just hits. No. God damn it. My AC was higher than I thought. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry, 17 is the magic number.
Okay, well, I rolled a 19 for the last one, but I'm going to roll Bane on it. -3, 16 again. So all of them miss. They do get quite flustered and get in your face and are snapping and chittering and cracking at you, but they do not manage to effectively do any damage. Renwick, the one that you left up on the deck, does manage to come down and find its way to you. No breath weapon, and we're looking at a 19 to hit.
That's with disadvantage, sir, because I have a cloak of displacement.
Oh, snap. Okay. 13 becomes a 15 to hit.
That is a miss.
All right. Well, that critter also jabbers on. Somewhat ineffective, but still trying nonetheless. Moving down, Logos, you are up. And once again, you are re-surrounded by these methods.
I guess I'm just gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna thunder wave him.
Okay, yeah. So you need some con saves from me?
Yeah, DC 15.
Okay. Oh, we got an 11, another 11, and a 12. So that's 3 fails.
That's 11 points of damage, and then they're pushed 10 feet from me again.
Give me a couple of dexterity saving throws.
We couldn't say I pushed them away, then they exploded.
Explode on contact.
First one is a 22. Second one is a 19. The third is a 9 plus 8 for 17.
So just the 2, but you do manage to fully blow 2 of these guys away with your spell. And as you do, it's almost like a sound ricochet. You hit them with a sound wave, and then they explode back, and with a wave of bitter cold creeping through the fog. But you do knock 2 of the 3 out of existence.
I also like to think like it's so foggy and we really can't see each other, so the other crewmates just hear like 2 loud like thunderous booms coming from on top of the ship from, and in canon they've never seen me use this spell, so theoretically the crew should be fucking freaking out right now just hearing booms from from above the ship.
That is true. Loud booms seem to be emanating from the crow's nest.
And could I do a cantrip as a bonus action as a fifth level druid?
It should tell you on the cantrip list whether it's a standard action or a bonus action.
Oh, never mind. It's standard action to pull out the flame, bonus action to throw it. Okay. No, that's nothing.
Okay, is that it then?
Yeah. Also, if one of the ones that died, I had the hunter's mark, then I'll move it to the last one that's living.
Okay, sounds good. Moving on down, Gladier. You've got a couple of these mephits swirling around the fog around your face, some trying to attack, trying to cause damage, being not as effective, but still pretty damn creepy at the very least.
All right, yeah, they definitely are creepy. Big ass noses. um, so I'm just gonna take a swing at the one in front of me that I already hit last turn.
Alrighty, go ahead and give me an attack roll.
Is this a still disadvantage or is this a straight roll?
Nope, just the first round was disadvantage.
Oh, okay, sure. Oh no, that's a 10.
If it meets, it beats. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay. 15, 8 plus.
As you fumble your Kopesh and manage to hit the creature anyway, suddenly you're grateful for the fog cover.
That's 8 damage on that strike.
You do find purchase, but the creature dissipates and reforms quickly.
Alright, I'll take my second attack against him then. Again.
All right.
That's much better. Yeah, it hits. It's a 15.
Hits.
That's much better. That's an 11 damage.
And with another squared blow, this thing too explodes in a wave of cold energy. Go ahead and give me a deck save.
Nice. I'm actually fucking doing good tonight. Rolling. It's finally. It's an 18 deck save.
That's half damage, half of 3. We'll just call that an even 1. 1 cold damage as this creature explodes upon impact.
I almost never make deck saves, so I'm actually excited.
They are so fucking low, you have to roll guard. I don't think it's physically possible for Logos to fail these.
Why not? I mean, that's my action. Do I have anything? I can't see anyone, so I can't use any bonus action spells. Yeah, I'm just gonna chill there and try and take out this last guy before running off to try and find the rest of my crew. I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then. Moving on down, bottom of the round. Blade, you are still surrounded by these mephits coming in and out of the fog, trying to cause you much bodily harm, though not being very effective at it. What do you do?
I think Blade is going to look at the method that the one that Bane didn't affect.
Okay.
He's going to just kind of peer into his little beady eyes and just be like, "Listen here, you goofy little fuck, piss off!" And I'm going to cast Vicious Mockery.
Okay. What do you need from me?
So that is a wisdom saving throw.
We're looking at a 6.
All right, that is a fail. So he's going to take 2d4 damage. So 2, 6. So he's going to take 6 psychic damage if that matters. and he's going to have disadvantage on the next attack roll it makes before the end of its next turn.
Okay.
And then I am going to I'm going to go ahead and yell out because I think I can see Locris next to me.
Correct. Locris and Renwick has actually appeared on the scene as well. You can just barely see the silhouette of Locris, but Renwick's a little closer, but still not fully visible through the thick fog. But you're pretty sure it's Renwick.
All right, perfect. So Blade is going to turn with his loot towards Locris and just kind of start picking like rapidly, almost kind of like it's like, all right, let's get these guys out of here. Let's move it to inspire Locris.
All right, yeah. Locris, you have an inspiration die.
And that'll end my turn.
Okay, moving on down from Blade, that goes back to the top of the round, which is Renwick. Renwick, you are on the deck near Locris, who's battling his own little methods. One had followed you from the helm, and a trio are surrounding Blade right next to you.
Yeah, I imagine he's like tearing through these things in one or two hits and just taking this damage as they explode. And I think he's just so filled with rage and like, I guess, contempt and sadness with everything that's happening that he's just gonna lash out at that one that followed him down the deck and just scream out to the deck like, "Does anybody have eyes on Arthur?" And oh, that's a 14, but I think that still hits.
Oh yeah, that hits.
Shit, yeah, dog. That's an 11 plus sneak attack, which is an additional 14, 25.
25 damage.
Yes, sir.
I need you and Locris to give me a dex save.
That's fair. Sorry, buddy. That's a natty 1, but I reroll ones for 27.
Failed.
Fair enough. Okay, so Renwick, you take half of 7, so we'll call that 3. Locris, you take the full 7, but it's cold damage, so you can half that to 3 as well. Yeah, as your strike lands true, another eruption of cold energy, and then the beast is dissipated.
And I will. Ooh. Let's see here. I'm going to take a hand crossbow shot at the Mephit to my east. I believe that's between me and I think Gladiator is pink.
Blade is pink.
Blade. Sorry.
Correct. Go ahead and give me an attack roll.
That's a 22.
Oh, that hits.
6 damage. And then I will take 2 steps south. So I'll be to the right of the western stairs.
Okay, sounds good. Let's see here. Moving on down. Locris, you are up.
All right, I'm gonna try and finish off this last bastard.
All right, give me an attack roll.
Uh, 19.
Hits.
Savage attacker for the exact same fucking roll. So 9 piercing.
Finds purchase and briefly dissipates, but then pulls itself together pretty quickly.
And then 21 on the second attack
Hits.
for another 8 points piercing.
Once again, you find purchase and it dissipates. It's slower to return to its form, but it still does.
And that ends my turn.
Okay, coming on down to now the Mephits. Let's see. Nope, no breath weapon back. So Gladier. Well, that's a crit fail. So the remaining Mephit doing combat with you seems to remain ineffectual against your armor as it strikes you. An occasional tink, tink, tink across your shield or breastplate, but for the most part, this beast seems to be ineffective. Logos up in the crow's nest. Let's see here. Nope, no breath weapon. I believe a 14 misses you, so similar situation. It's all up in your face and chomping and scratching at you, but does not seem to find any purchase. Let's go on. Moving on down to Locris. That's no breath weapon. Does a 16 hit you, Locris?
Does not.
Okay, so once again, similar situation. Biting, a lot of noise, a lot of biting and scratching and clawing, but not a lot of effectual combat. Let's see here. 1, 2, 3. Nope, no breath weapons coming back for the ones surrounding Blade. Blade. 2 of them come in for an attack. Does a 17 hit?
And is that with the 1d4 off?
Oh, you know what? Let me go ahead and roll the Bane. So 15.
That is a miss.
Okay, so 2 of the 3 come in for attack. The third comes in for what you believe to be an attack, but it essentially, instead of attacking you, it grasps your loot and tries to wrestle it from your hand. Go ahead and give me an athletics check to try to maintain grip on your instrument.
Oh, no.
I'm looking at, let's see here. I'm looking at a 14.
So, I'm sorry, what was the roll? A dexterity?
An athletics check, DC 14.
Oh, okay. Athletics check. No. 12.
So one of these Mephits manages to wrestle the loot out of your hand, and it is the Mephit that was not affected by the Bane spell. Go figure. And as he wrestles this out of your hand, he shoots upward into the fog out of your vision. But you do get an attack of opportunity on this creature as it leaves your general vicinity.
Okay, I'm gonna try something. So, how far away would you say he is in the air?
So you can only see roughly about 10 feet around you. So if he makes it more than 10 feet away from you, you wouldn't actually have any visuals on him. But as he moves out of your threatened space in combat, you would get an attack of opportunity on him.
Okay. Well, I believe with the Warcaster feat, I can actually cast spells on attack of opportunities.
Oh, very nice.
So I'm just going to go ham on this guy for stealing my prized possession, and I'm going to cast Shatter on him.
Ooh, nice. Shatter. Read me the language of that real quick.
A sudden loud ringing noise, painfully intense, erupts from a point of your choice within range. Each creature in a 10-foot radius sphere centered on that point must make a Constitution saving throw. A creature takes 3d8 thunder damage on failed save, or half this much on a successful.
All right, so con save. This is just a raw roll. We're looking at a 12.
Okay, and I forgot to mention that I was casting this at 3rd level.
Oh, nice.
So we'd be looking at 4d8. So I'll roll that. So he takes 20 points of thunder damage.
As you blast him with thunder damage, the creature just erupts in an explosion of its own cold energy. But you go ahead and give me a dex save.
No.
Oh man! So I rolled minimum damage though, so it's only it's only 1 cold damage, and your loot clatters to the deck.
Okay, and you said it was 1 point?
1 point of cold damage, correct? That being said, moving on down, it is. Wait a minute, hold on here. Yep, it is Logos. You're up. You still have one buzzing about. You're attacking you and whatnot up in the crow's nest. And you too just heard a loud explosion from the deck of the Dawn Treader.
Oh, these motherfuckers won a contest. I think for the first time in this campaign, or maybe I've done it one other time, I can't remember. I'm going to pull out my short swords I have on my side. I have 2 short swords, and I'll just smack this guy.
All right, give me an attack roll.
Short sword. First attack is a 16 to hit.
That'll hit.
That is 7 points of damage.
All right. He dissipates, but then quickly pulls him. Well, not quickly, slowly pulls himself back together.
I get one more attack. Yeah, 26 to hit.
Oh, that'll hit.
10 points of damage. Is this one Bane? I mean, not Bane. Hunter's Mark.
It is.
Oh shoot! Well, the first one had an extra 2 points of damage on top of that first attack, and then another 5 points. So 15 points of damage total for the second attack.
And that does the trick. Go ahead and give me a dexterity saving throw as you blow finds purchase and this beast explodes of aura of cold energy.
12 plus 8 for a total of 20.
Okay, so you take half of 6, which is 3 cold damage.
Motherfuckers.
All right, Gladier, moving on down. Gladier, you are up.
Alrighty. So I think Yeah, so he's hearing all these fucking thunderous and other such explosions behind him. He's going to try and quickly dispatch this last mephite in front of him. So both attacks at him.
All right.
It's an 18 for the first.
Hits.
It's 9 damage. 16 for the second.
Also hits.
I should have called it before. Well, never mind. That's 8. So 17 total damage. Feel like it's still up.
And yeah, as it dissipates a bit, it does slowly pull its form back together.
Damn. Okay. Shit, I don't want to just. I could have done that. Hindsight. Damn it. Would I know how high up the crow's nest is from where I am?
It's about 20 feet from the main deck. You're about, you're 5-6 feet above that. So Logos is just out of vision, 15, 20 feet, somewhere in there.
I think Glader would still risk it. I mean, he damaged this guy a lot, so he's probably going down soon anyway. But he's heard a lot of commotion from the main deck, so he's just going to turn and full movement. 5, 10, 15, 20. Full movement down the starboard side of the ship. He's just going to follow the railing 30 feet down, and I think that actually gets me like right next to the Mephites attacking Blade.
Okay, yeah, for sure. You take off running. The one you're leaving behind does get an attack of opportunity. However, that is a 10, so it does not hit.
All right. Yeah, and then so I can. Would Blade be within 10 feet of my vision now?
Yeah, after you have moved, the silhouette of Blade is visible through the fog.
Can I? I'm not sure if I can do this, but I still have a bonus action left, so I was wondering if I could like see if he looks hurt at all, to maybe do something to help him.
You can make a medicine check real quick.
All right. Oh, not good. Fuck me. Guess I ran out of my good rolls. That's only an 8.
It's really it's really foggy. It's kind of hard to tell, but he is doing his best to dodge some incoming methods or whatever. But it's a little too foggy to tell if he's actually been wounded from where you are.
Okay. I think for now he would just hold off. I think just him being there, he'd feel like would be help, and then he can maybe do more in the future. So that'll be my turn.
Okay, moving on down. Blade, you are up.
All right. I think so. The one that flew up in the air, was that the one that was directly in front of me? Oh, there's the updater.
There you go. Updated map. Sorry.
Oh, no problem. So I guess Blade would probably look at the one right in front of him, or north to my character, and again just lash out with insults, being like, "Look at this! We've got a my friend here. He might not have a tail, but he's still devastating in battle." To use vicious mockery.
Okay, yeah, for sure. And what is that? A wisdom save for me?
Yes, that's a wisdom.
Looking at 17.
Gosh, darn it! Oh, wait a second. Is that so? Wisdom? Could that be?
Does Bane affect wisdom saving throws too?
It does affect saving throws. Let me double check it.
Okay, so I would become a 15.
Let me just make sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it says the target must make a roll of D4 and subtract the roll from the attack roll or saving throw.
Okay, so does a 15 pass?
That is a fail.
All right.
And so he'll take 2d4 thunder damage. So 4 and 2, so 6 damage. And he will have disadvantage on his next attack.
Okay. Sounds good to me. And anything else?
No, I think I'm gonna hold off for right now.
Okay, moving on down. Nope, that's top of the round. Renwick, you are up. Currently, you can barely see both Locris and Blade. They are both barely within your vision, but for the most part, that's all you can see for the time being.
Yeah, he will. Oh man, he's just gonna rush forward. We'll say toward the starboard side, if you will, and take a swing at the one that's 2 blades east.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
That is a 23.
That hits.
That'll be an 8 plus sneak attack, which is 6, 11. That's a 19 total.
It lands solid and true, but not quite enough. It does dissipate briefly, but then pulls itself back together.
And he'll just call out. He'll keep calling out for Arthur because he hasn't. Nobody's said anything. He doesn't have eyes on him, and like that is Renwick's primary focus is like his safety and hopefully trying to fix whatever the Kraken's done to him. So he'll call out and he'll just aim and take another shot with a netty. 15 on the hand crossbow for a 23 to the one to Blade North. And that's an additional 3 damage to that guy. And that'll be his turn.
It barely manages to muster reforming, but this method does in fact reform. Okay, moving on down. Locris, you are up.
I'm going to put an end to this one on me.
Okay, great. Give me an attack roll.
19
Oh, that hits.
for 11 points piercing.
And once again, give me a dexterity saving throw as you hit this with your Morning Star and it just explodes in a wave of cold energy.
Success.
Okay, so you take half of a d8, which is 4, which becomes 2, which is reduced again. So one point of cold damage for you, Locris.
All right, and then I will move over to this one on the right side of Blade and take a swing at him.
All right, give me an attack roll.
Dirty 20.
Hits.
For 9 points piercing.
I need Locris, Blade, and Renwick to give me a dexterity saving throws as Locris comes over and lands a clean blow on this mephit, and it explodes in a wave of cold energy.
Success.
What was the DC?
You don't know.
And
But yeah, it is 10.
We passed it so many times I wasn't sure. But that's a 14. I'm gonna save my inspiration. I think that'll pass.
yeah, I just remember because, Glader was all excited. He actually succeeded with a 10.
Yeah. True that. So 6 halved to 3, which low Chris, you can half again to 1 as this thing explodes.
And that will end my turn.
Okay, moving on down to the mephits. The mephit on the northern side of the boat. You guys are unsure as to what he's doing, as he's currently clouded in fog. However, the remaining mephit does make a dive for Blade's loot, and he is going to snatch the loot and take off flying. But both Gladier and Blade, you will get an attack of opportunity on this creature as it snatches Blade's loot off the ground and goes to make an escape.
He done fucked up.
Oh, he did.
Oh yeah. That's
If I'm on the right of Blade, do I get an attack too?
So how I had positioned it was Renwick kind of beat you there. You were able to get to a point where you could attack the creature right of Blade, but it was kind of catty corner due to Renwick's presence. So no. Long story short, no. Sorry.
I was only a 10 for me.
A 10 to hit?
Yeah.
You lucky bastard, you hit him. Go ahead and roll some damage.
Almost minimum damage. 7.
All right, you definitely find purchase, but the beast seems to reform after your blow.
Get him, Blade.
All right. There's only one sure way to do this. So for my attack of opportunity, actually, no, fuck it. I'm gonna just do it. So can I cast Shatter again? I mean, well, is he it's like same as last time, far enough away where it won't like hit anyone else?
Yeah, you're a talented enough caster, and he's trying to flee upward, so you could duck hunt, kind of time it just right.
Perfect. Gonna kind of show Gladiator where all these booms were coming from, or at least some of them.
Okay, great. And you need a con save from me?
Yeah, that is a con save.
13.
All right, so you will be taking. Let me roll it out. Worst rolls in the world. 14 points of damage.
That's enough. And with a final cold explosion, Blade and Gladiator, give me one final dexterity saving throw.
Oh, also, oh, no one's really near me. Wait, is it 10 feet?
Yeah, your aura would affect Blade at this
Yeah,
point.
so Blade would get it, yeah. So Blade, you get a +3 to your saving throw.
So with the +3, that would be 14, 17.
I got a 12.
Both pass, so you both only take 4 cold damage.
Nice.
And with that, the immediate threat to the Dawn Shredder is no more, and you guys kind of sail quietly forward through this fog. Yeah, so tell me what you guys are doing at this point.
Can Blade?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, sorry, just a little side thing. Can Blade just do like maybe a perception check on Gladiator to see if he'd actually heard what I said about his tail?
Yeah, go ahead and give me a perception check. An insight check.
All right, insight. It is 10.
You're not sure. It could have gone either way. Maybe he did hear, maybe he didn't.
Well, Blade will kind of act like it never happened and just go back to maybe picking.
Gladiator kind of quickly, side eyes Blade, and then just walks up to the group there. Does anyone get too hurt? I can help out healing. Seems like we got rid of those guys real quick. Nothing too scary.
I got a little bit of a beating, kept breaking on me.
Renwick's just going to be like basically, I guess, running across the deck, searching for Arthur and like calling out because we haven't like nobody's gotten eyes on him, but he looks a little beaten up. I mean, he basically just walked through multiple explosions as he like one hit these things.
If I recall, we put him below deck into a cot because he wouldn't be much use up here.
Renwick, go ahead and give me an investigation check as you kind of look around on the Dawn Shredder for Arthur.
Oh, that's wonderful with my +0. Natural 20 though. And just because it's probably going to run out anyway, I'm going to use inspiration just to push that further. It's a D8 now, right, Will?
Yeah, you got it.
Word. 24.
Okay, so it doesn't take long, and you find Arthur in a kind of particular spot. He is below deck. All surrounding him is a good portion of water seems to be splashing around near Arthur. He is sitting on a stool below deck, facing a corner of the wall, just kind of looking at nothing in particular. All around Arthur is what looks to be discarded seaweed and much water on the ground. And Arthur, with a set of shears in one hand, seems to like trim another layer of the scalp mane that's growing off of him and throws it to the ground. And he is kind of slowly just rocking back and forth, and he is talking to himself.
Renwick will run over and like sheath his blade and walk up to him, and I think kind of try to like almost like calmly take the scissors from his hands and start trimming at the seaweed. It's like I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry this happened. I never meant for this. I was trying to keep you safe. And just like he's racked with grief that this is happening to somebody he grew up with.
Yeah, he doesn't resist. You take the scissors from him easily enough, and as he kind of speaks to you, water spills forth from his mouth and spills down his chest onto the floor of the stool. He kind of it goes from a bit of mumbling to coherency. Oh, Renwick, I feel him. I feel him in my head, Renwick. He taps the side of his head. I hear it. The whispers. They don't stop. He kind of gives you a 1,000-yard stare and kind of turns his focus suddenly back to the wall. He knows what I know. He can hear what I hear. He sees what I see. Does he know that I'm... What if I hide down here and I don't see or tell him anything? Does he know? How does this work? Would he be angry if I'm doing that? Would he take it out on us? I don't know. He seems to be talking to himself at this point. He's no longer engaging you. And the conversation kind of goes back and forth of, he feels a desperate need to come to your aid, but feels like anything he knows is jeopardizing your welfare. And so he sits alone in the corner below deck, slowly removing these growing strands of seaweed that are overtaking his head and face.
And Renwick's just going to place the scissors back in his hand so that he can keep cutting at the seaweed, and he'll just look down at his hand and look back at Arthur and be like, I'm so sorry, old friend. We're going to fix this. And he'll like rush back upstairs and call out to the crew and be like, there's no time to waste. We're keeping moving right now. And head back to the helm and just start calling orders to push onto Hero's Purge.
Okay, yeah. And from this point, you guys are a couple of days worth of travel to Hero's Perch. Is there anything in particular any of the party would like to do with a couple days of downtime as you kind of sail forth?
I like to do a couple nights more work on my star map.
Okay, yeah. Go ahead and give me a sleight of hand check as you map the stars.
That is a... I can't think that's a 9 or a 6. 14.
So the cloud cover makes it a bit difficult, but you do make a little bit of progress, though not as much as you'd like. We'll call it you have 4/5 of a completed star map at this point.
Could I, since we have a couple of days, can I use another day to try to finish it?
I would say that the cloud cover and mist doesn't really clear out. The fog doesn't really stop. It persists for the next couple of days. So it's kind of difficult, and so you don't get a whole lot of stargazing time. Not as much as you'd like.
In that case, then I'd like to spend some time with Tony and try to get her to get more proficient, like fetching stuff for me.
Okay, yeah. Give me a handle animal check as you go about training Tony.
That's 18 total.
She seems to get it. She's fairly smart. You guys have kind of worked on it a little bit before. She, at the very least, understands the command of fetch, and you have taught her a few basic items that she could potentially fetch for you upon request.
Okay, cool.
I think later would be spending whatever time he's not on deck helping, manage the ship and, sail in the right direction. He's going to be spending whatever downtime he has attending to Arthur. I'm not sure if there's anything he could do to help, like keep back the seaweed from growing, whether it's like cutting it or maybe trying to do like healing spells of some sort, but just trying whatever I can to slow the transformation.
Go ahead and give me your call. Medicine or investigation check?
Definitely investigation. It's a little bit higher than medicine. Not bad. 15.
From what you could tell, he's not taking any of this very well. He is torn between his duty to Renwick in multiple ways. He doesn't want to reveal anything to this entity, but he fears that in not revealing something, that may also cause trouble, so he's torn. It's a lose-lose situation for him. And he's kind of hard to get through to. He's not always coherent when he speaks, nor does he seem to be there all the time when people are speaking or trying to interact with him. One thing you do notice, though, Gladier, is where he once had an arm severed at the shoulder. Now, very small, looks to be potentially maybe even still growing, about the size of a pinky finger from his shoulder, has erupted a small tentacle. And a similar case at where used to be his peg leg, roughly about the knee, it looks to be a small finger-length tentacle flipping and flopping about.
Shit. I think he'd probably keep Renwick, updated on everything as he tries to, trim at the seaweed on his face and notices the tentacles as well. Just kind of keep him posted day to day of how it's progressing. But other than that, that's all Glader would want to do.
Okay, anybody else need to get anything in on this couple days of downtime?
I don't believe so. I think, if anything, Renwick is basically gonna burn the candle at both ends, sailing the ship, just trying to make his way to Hero's Perch.
Okay, yeah. As you kind of hit the grind, Renwick, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw as you push yourself to the brink of exhaustion, trying to maintain the helm of the ship for as long as possible.
That, I think, is my fourth natty one tonight, but I re-roll those for 14.
Renwick, unfortunately, you suffer a point of exhaustion as you do not relinquish the helm over a couple of days' worth of time.
Fair enough.
Locris will be helping Glader with Arthur by doing the dispel magic or remove curse, whichever one helps to slow it down as much as possible.
Okay, go ahead and give me we'll call it, you can give me an investigation or maybe an arcana check, whichever you prefer.
Yeah, they're the same. Uh, 22.
With that, you definitely seem to heal some of his immediate ailments with the combination of those spells. He is briefly able to speak without water spilling forth from his mouth, or a brief moment of clarity overcomes him. But the spells definitely affect him in a way, positive, and kind of bring him back to his self. His sense of awareness returns, and it seems that, at least briefly, the kelp-like mane slows, or if not altogether stops growing for the time. But you get a sense that it's going to take a little bit more than what you have to offer with those two spells, but they do alleviate some of the symptoms some of the time.
That's all he was going for.
How does the ship look with our recent encounters? Locust will kind of walk around and cast the mending cantrip on the sails and anything else that can be fixed with it, and just make sure the ship is tip top.
Yeah, they definitely exploded upon dying, so there were a few rocketed pieces of ice here and there. The ship maintained pretty well, but you definitely have to patch a few portions of the sail here and there.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so as you guys slowly approach Hero's Perch, the fog suddenly seems to subside as the sun creeps out into the sky and once again warms your faces after not have seen it for a couple of days. It's a welcome surprise. So as you see Hero's Perch on the horizon, let me give you a little info on that. So, as the tales say, a once powerful, wealthy, and respected sea captain became so successful he mysteriously vanished one day to places, no doubt, of fine dining and luxury. But before retiring to places unknown, he supposedly, rumor has it, he gifted his entire crew an island, and this crew parted ways after the captain's death or departure, demise, whatever it was. Depends on who's telling the tale. It depends on what info you'll be getting here. But this is common knowledge as far as Renwick's home country and whatnot. This crew that was gifted this island, they all went on to be fairly successful themselves. Years later, to also retire. And each of them, being of this once original crew, decided they were going to build manors and estates next to one another on this island. So this island is actually a pretty popular vacation resort in and around the Alliance Islands. There's rumors of many miles of beautiful, well-groomed gardens and fountains and statues laid out amongst various places. Like it is rumored to be quite the beautiful island and full of rumor and mystery. But one of the more popular attractions on the island isn't what the main island itself. A small sliver of an island can be seen as you approach off to one side, and this sliver of an island is what holds the Grand Chapel. It is quite possibly like the largest cathedral dedicated to the most amount of deities in all of Daanal Wisech. So just being from the realm, you would possibly have heard about this grand chapel, this great cathedral that supposedly houses all of the divine gods, altars to worships, regular services to all of them and whatnot. So as you guys kind of approach, you pull in to dock at Hero's Perch, and currently a simple dock, a humble dock, 3-4 open docks out there. Not a whole lot of action in the way of other travelers. You look to be the only ship in the harbor, and a few warehouses. You could see a few dock workers going about their day, but for the most part, it looks relatively abandoned. There's not a whole lot going on here as you guys kind of pull in and set anchor upon Hero's Perch.
As soon as we dock, I think Renwick's gonna call out to the crew like, we need to get Arthur. We need to rush him to the chapel. So if anybody can help him, it'll be somebody in there. And just like frantically trying to basically get off the boat and make his way, like knowing there's such a time crunch.
Okay, yeah, you fetch Arthur, and he's complacent, but he's clearly out of it. But upon taking him off of the boat, he begins to freak out. He's screaming nonsense and throwing like huge fits. We can't leave the water, Renwick. What if he calls for us? I can hear him. He's moving around, Renwick. And he just starts screaming and is being like a crazy person, essentially. The farther he gets from the boat and the water, you can tell he will go with you, but he does not want to. And he's being somewhat difficult.
Blade's gonna look at Renwick and just kind of like be like, "Well, do you want me to you want to put him to sleep for a little bit to maybe a little easier to manage?"
Well, it might be helpful if you suggest that he makes his way to the chapel so we can fix this. If you know what I mean.
Blade gives Renwick the signature wink and turns to Arthur and goes, "Listen, we're trying to help you, and I know this seems scary, but please, I suggest that you maybe take our word on this one and follow us."
And are you casting a spell, or are you giving me a persuasion check?
I'm casting a spell.
Okay. And what do you need from me? A charisma saving throw?
I need a what is that? A wisdom saving throw.
As you suggest this to Arthur, he kind of, for the first time, he straightens up and he moves very rigidly. You hear an ankle and a knee pop as he takes a step, and he pulls a blade on Blade and goes for an attack. Blade, does a 19 hit you?
Blade is going to use cutting words and say, "I don't think that's a good idea. Back off."
Okay, go ahead. What do you need from me? Or are you going to roll that out?
I'll just roll it out. So 1d8 off of that. We are looking at 8, so 8 off of that attack.
So that'll be what, 11, 12?
Which will miss.
So what do you say to Arthur as he pulls a blade and lunges for you?
He'll just say, "Take it easy, fella. My name's Blade. I don't necessarily want them pointed at me."
And he definitely takes a swing, but you manage to steer clear from the blow. But he stares at you with hatred and intent in his eyes, and you can see his white knuckling the blade in his hand. Now stopped screaming, but is completely standoffish, staring into Blade's eyes. And Blade, as you look at him, you swear you see the bushy green eyebrows begin to grow, and just a bit more.
So as seeing that happen, like even though it missed, Glader would have run up behind Arthur and just bear hug him. I mean, I'm sure, significantly larger than Arthur is. So just kind of like wrap his arms around him and just kind of grapple him and try and just pin his arms to his side and stop him from swinging around a sword. Not trying to hurt him, but just restrain him.
Okay, give me an athletics check as you come up behind this little halfling.
Oh, that's right. He's halfling. For some reason, I thought he was human. Oh yeah, he's fucked.
With disadvantage because he's only got one arm and one leg.
Oh, it's not a good roll, but I have high athletics, so maybe that'll help. That's a 13. This tiny little.
So it's kind of at a standstill. You are physically trying to restrain him, and though not strong, he is squirrely. And Gladier, you find out that upon getting a good grip upon Arthur, he's very squishy. He is very slippery, and it appears to be that they're similar to Renwick's hand. There's not a whole lot of bone structure left in Arthur at this moment.
Glader gags as he continues to try and grapple Arthur.
You do eventually
person.
successful, but okay, there you go. You managed to freeze him in place, and Gladier, you could get a proper grip upon Arthur.
Still gagging.
All right, so Arthur in tow, you guys make your way inward. And you find, after a short jaunt from the docks, you find a bustling village. It looks to be many, many houses, and on the outskirts of this, several neighborhoods is what it looks like. There are several towering manors kind of overlooking the village off in the distance. Aside from that, a separate trail heads off to the area where you had seen these more splintered off section of island. And as you journey that way, you come across another kind of a sheer cliff face, but there is like a goat trail leading down to a small beach where a ferry runs and agrees to take the party across to the Grand Chapel if they should so desire. Sorry, I had to take a drink. So, for the sake of brevity, you guys do make your way up across this small channel on the island. The ferry runs free of charge, and you make your way up what is another vast cliffside through some goat trails throughout this pretty watery, rocky cliffside. Finally, you reach the top, and you find yourself looking upon a grand structure. Several pillars of stone erupt forth from the earth. Many stained glass windows look to be upon several different levels, several different floors of this particular structure. And aside from stone and stained glass windows, there are many arrow slits. This building looks to be roughly a dozen stories high or so. Surrounding the building, upon approach, is a wonderful, well-kept cemetery. There are white marble headstones that are kept in immaculate condition. You walk past, some mausoleums, some crypts, all also white marble, all very well kept. You see many headstones and mausoleums have candles or burning incense and things on the way towards this grand chapel. And as you guys get closer, you notice that some of the more permanent structures here in this cemetery have been turned into makeshift kind of tents. There are blankets hung among the in between headstones and off of the roofs of different mausoleums and things. And it looks to be a small impoverished camp, but it looks to be solely filled with people suffering from the graying. Aside from a handful of clerics that seem to be tending to these people, bringing them food and water and speaking with them, interacting with them in various activities. They are just kind of in a swarm around the exterior of the grand chapel. So as you approach, the massive stone structure juts up out of the earth, and have two large red doors, polished brass knocker handles, and it looks to be the main entrance of this great temple.
Walk up to the doors and start knocking.
I was gonna say I don't think Renwick's gonna be shy. I think he's literally like yelling out as we approach the building, like calling out for help for anybody that's listening.
If you're calling out for help upon approach, some of the clergy tending to the graying immediately stop what they're doing and rush towards you. You know, oh, what is it, my son? What ails you so?
Ooh, right now, no, it's our friend Arthur. He's in a rough way. We think he's been cursed, and he'll just turn and kind of like gesture back toward Gladier, holding the struggling Arthur. I was like that. He's just a halfling. He's turning into something. We can't stop the transformation. We've only been able to slow it down. Surely there's something you can do.
As they kind of look on horrified at at Arthur's condition, a few of them do cast spells. You see an eruption of light come from their hands and kind of gleam onto Arthur. But Arthur seems unfazed, and after a few attempts and a few hushed whispers amongst each other, one of the more ranking clergy kind of says, wow, fetch the elders, and a couple of them run off, and she says, wait here. We'll get our brightest minds on this. Please make yourself at home. There's not a lot in the way of resources. We're kind of packed, actually, but some plots as good as any. We maintain the grounds here, and I don't think any of the good souls we buried here would mind if you borrowed a bit of plot space for the time being. She kind of gestures to like an untaken plot of cemetery to kind of post up at.
Yeah, Renwick will just say, "Please hurry," but thank you so much, and he'll just kind of gesture to the party and kind of motion them toward the area that she pointed out.
Okay, and it does take a few minutes. They're gone for some time, and you do notice as you guys are kind of waiting, looking around. A lot of the clergy seem to be helping a lot of these graying. They're like basically like almost as if they were attending to small children, but they're grown adults of many different races. Looks like they're spoon feeding some. They are counting, using numbers, 1, 2, 3. You hear that a few running through maybe their ABCs, or trying to do various simple tasks like lace their boots or button their shirts. Like it seems very childlike. Like they are kind of caring for a large number of these people who seem not to be able to care for themselves always. After a short time, several robed figures come out of the red double doors. As the doors open, go ahead and give me a perception check, Renwick specifically. As the doors open, it looks to be a couple of people suffering from the graying, but they are different somehow. They look schnazzed up. They wear nice clothes, and they push and hold the doors open for the clergy exiting, and kind of bow low as they do.
So 22.
Renwick, as this pile of clergy come out, they're all wearing various colored garbs, reds and greens and yellows and whites, all depicting different deities, different gods, many different holy symbols around their necks as they approach and curiously inspect your companion, and a few mumbled whispers, a few spells later, they seem to kind of in a conundrum. They're confused, and they don't necessarily have the answers outright, but they're discussing, debating ways of how to find said answers. And as they're doing this, you kind of look past them to a couple of the Greys that have been door guards. And without a doubt, Renwick, there's no doubt in your mind, your father is helping another Grey close the chapel doors.
Like he is one of the people, like opening and closing the doors.
He is for sure suffering from the graying, and he is
100% just sprints over.
As you sprint, the two gentlemen closing the chapel doors see you coming and reverse. They pivot and begin to push the doors open again, and they creak very, very low, loud groan as the doors push open and allow you guys access.
Oh, I don't want the bloody door open. Dad, do you not recognize me?
You get like a 1,000-yard stare. Welcome to the Grand Temple.
What do you mean? Do you not know who I am? And he's like, I imagine like he's grabbing him by the shoulders and like shaking him. He's so just distraught.
He
Like,
kind of
you have
gives
to
you
recognize me.
Once again, the 1,000-yard stare. I'm James. James. And he smiles at you. He beams confidently.
I think Glader would have sprinted after him too. If he saw him just run off in a random direction, Glader would have followed.
Yes, like you're in there. You're James. You're James Turner, and I'm Renwick. I'm your son. You have to know me. You have to recognize me. I imagine like he like puts his right hand, like his dominant hand, on his dad's face, and then like sees the tentacles on his face and like immediately pulls them back, but is like never breaks eye contact.
Okay, he says to you as gives you a 1,000-yard stare.
I think Renwick just probably drops to his knees and like head in his hands and tentacles, and is just broken at the sight of this, and his dad, after all this time, not even knowing who he is just shattered.
As you kind of start, feeling defeated, he kind of looks at you. Okay. The Great Chapel. Welcome to the Great Chapel. He's kind of confused as to why, but he's consistently sticking to his door greeter duty.
I think Glader would just kneel down next to Renwick, put his hand on his shoulder. Come on now. We can't help him right now, but we will. We'll figure this out. But for now, Arthur needs your help in the here and now. He's someone that we can potentially save before he turns into whatever he is turning into. Your father might not be all there, but he's safe for now around some people that can take care of him. So, one problem at a time.
I think that Renwick sits there in silence for a minute and kind of like puts one foot up and goes from like on his knees to kneeling, slowly works his way back up to his feet, and he's like, "You're right. He's at least he's safe here, and we're gonna figure this out. But right now, the only thing that we can do is hopefully help Arthur and keep moving forward. We've got to talk to the elders. We've got to see what they know, see if there's anything we know that can help them. We're gonna figure this out." And I think he feels kind of comforted, but there's just like this pit of dread like welling up in his chest that he's trying to put on a tough face, but he's just feeling defeated after we finally make it here and everything falls apart. And he'll stand back up and he'll look back at his dad, and I don't think he has the heart to say anything to him at this point because he knows that it's just like talking to a wall. And he'll kind of put his head down and he'll make his way back to check on Arthur and talk to these elders.
As you walk away, he calls out to you, "Yo, boy, come again. Come to the great temple." As you it's Arthur's presence has created a small ruckus. There is a large batch of clergy of all various deities and rankings, kind of inquisitive about the nature of Arthur, and there's many questions, and but little in the way of answers. One small old man in particular, human, wrinkled, spectacles, kind of got a bit of a hunchback, and wearing the white robes and a symbol of the sun god Pelor, big bright gold symbol around his neck. He does make his way over to you, Renwick, and the remainder of the party. Says, "Well, it's that's unfortunate. Floor 7, the Hall of Pelor. I'll be waiting. Bring your friend." And he slowly, as very elderly persons tend to do, makes his way back into the chapel and is out of sight.
I think once he's out of earshot, Renwick's just gonna look back and be like, "Of all the fucking times, he's gonna be cryptic and not just speak to us down here. Let's fucking go." It's just I don't think he's able to fully comprehend the gravity of the situation they're in between like Arthur's transformation, his dad's affected by the graying, he's lost his right hand, and there's this evil entity looming over him at all times. Like the weight of the world after everything they've been through is officially just crumbling down on top of him.
And as you guys kind of make your way into the temple, it is a grand temple indeed. Let's see here. As you enter the temple, it is a sight to behold. A glass domed ceiling over a dozen floors up allows sunlight to flood in the chambers. The main floor looks to have many wooden chairs and tables spread across the hall. Many of these tables and chairs are occupied by studying scholars, as well as clergy from various gods discussing a variety of different topics. The walls of the temple are all lined with bookshelves on every floor. Looking up, a few staircases lead upwards towards the other floors. You also see many balconies of these upper floors, and through the railings of these balconies, you can see much of the same. Studying scholars, debating clergymen, amongst rows and rows of books. Each floor seems to have a handful of hallways, and each hallway seems to lead to a small chapel of a different deity. And each of these hallways, as you guys are kind of venturing up to the 7th floor, you notice seems to be lined with books, maybe small altars. There are easily over 50 major deities that are represented here in the grand chapel. and each hall is kind of dedicated to a specific deity. As you make your way up to the seventh floor and find the Hall of Pelor, which has a giant sun symbol crested above its archway. As you enter this hall, it is a long stone hall with white and gold carpets. The stone walls are full of bookshelves, a few tables and furniture here. You see the occasional studying scholar, but mostly what you see are clergy of Pelor guiding many of the graying. Looks like some are taking them by the hand for perhaps a walk. And once again, very in childlike nature, you see them explaining things like ABCs, 1, 2, 3s, how to tie your shoes, how to button your clothes, how to greet someone, maybe even trying to teach someone what their name is, as they seem to keep forgetting. And it is, quite the sight to behold. But at the end of this hall, you do come to a small chapel of Pelor, a golden altar filled with candles and various holy symbols of the sun god, and a large stained glass window with a bright golden sun in its center. And the little old man in the white robes you had encountered outside seems to be finishing a prayer at the altar. And as you enter, he stands and with a wave of his hand, the rest of the clergy clear out of the temple, and it is just you and he. And he turns to the party. Ho there! His bushy little white beard, his donning a white robe, and a golden cord kind of across his waist. He says, welcome to the Hall of Pelor. I cannot offer you any accurate, we'll say, cure for your friend's current misgivings, as well, ancient entities tend to be quite difficult to deal with. But in any case, I could provide you at least with this. And Renwick, he hands you a silver chain, a thin silver chain with a crystal embedded on one end. He says, it is clear quartz. And he gives it to you and says, keep it around his neck. It will, at the very least, allow you to see when and where he is, when he's being, for lack of a better word, possessed by whatever entity has caused this link. It is linked to an entity possibly of the abyss, a pact of some sort. He is not likely to shirk this curse without some sort of help. But the crystal will glow cloudy and glow whenever this entity looks through the eyes of your friend Arthur here. He kind of slowly seems out of breath. He makes his way over to a pew and sits down.
So you're telling me that there's nothing you can do to slow this transformation, to reverse it, to fix it. There's all you can do is tell me when he's being used like some sort of puppet. That's the best you can do in the Grand Chapel?
Well, if it was a divine source in nature, or maybe even a natural source or ailment, it would be all too easy to take this into account and perhaps cure him. But with the way of pacts, the way of dealings with otherworldly entities is sometimes dangerous. There is a ritual we could perhaps undertake, if you would like. It is quite costly and dangerous, and could very reasonably involve the termination of the subject altogether, but there is a possibility of freeing your friend at great cost to himself, and there is no way to do this without directly offending, at the very least, whatever entity has taken hold of your friend.
I feel like the tentacles on Renwick's hand kind of ball up, like he's making a fist, like white knuckling, and he's just like, there are dozens of gods represented in the Grand Chapel. An endless amount of clergymen and holy men. And you're telling me that there's nothing that can be done that wouldn't potentially kill him or get somebody else killed. There's nothing that the Grand Chapel can do.
There is a ritual we can try to perform, but it is not safe. It is costly and could result in his overall death. And not only that, but entities of the other planes do not tend to like it when their wards are ripped from their grasp. It may come with other repercussions as well, but it is a doable task. I suppose, if there were enough willing to endure the ritual.
What are the costs?
Well, to sever a pact with an ancient entity is usually... it would help if we knew the wording of, or the entity, or what deal was struck, but usually completing this type of thing only happens if the deals are not complete. Typically they take and consume you, flesh, spirit, and all. Leaving them cursed behind is usually a sign of something left yet undone. Perhaps you could appease this entity and it would simply let your friend go.
And if we were to leave him in your care, is there anything that you could do to help him in any way? I mean, he's in no shape to travel. If we are to seek out whatever it is this entity wants and try to barter for his life and stop whatever this is, we surely can't drag him along for that.
There would, if he would want to stay, there's plenty of room in still the cemetery. Unfortunately, we cannot offer him anywhere of comfort, as we are chock full. He kind of gestures down the hallway, and you see many people, suffering from the graying. But he would be as safe as any of them. We will offer food and care to him if he would have it, but to keep him under lock and key, to keep him under guard, that is just not something we do here. He says that as, Arthur does continue to struggle against Gladier's grip, but, for the time being, Gladier has maintained control.
I think Gladier would kind of still be holding on to them, just Arthur, just kind of out of instinct, just making sure he's staying still, but he probably wouldn't be paying much attention to the conversation. Just kind of looking around the chapel. I mean, this is grand chapel to his old deity his entire family used to follow. So he'd probably just kind of be observing and thinking back about how he was once following Palor and then lost sight of that when he discovered horror, and then also thinking about how horror recently didn't necessarily betray him per se, but also his vision of horror now helping probably his current arch nemesis. So he's very deep in thought right now and not really paying attention to what's going on around him other than making sure his arms stay tightly wound around Arthur.
All right. You did notice, Gladier, upon your way up to the 7th floor, that there is a chapel of horror in the Grand Chapel.
Noted.
It is shortly after you guys arrive. A courier shows up, kind of bursts into, well, not bursts, but runs into the chapel, sees that you guys are in conversation, and kind of apologize. I'm sorry, Mr. Brightglow. You requested that should the ship, the Dawn Treader, dock, you would like to be notified. It has docked, sir, within the last hour. And the wrinkled old man kind of perks up and, oh, great. Well, send them a message. Bring them to me. And the courier kind of sheepishly rubs the back of his neck and kind of looks at you guys all. Well, lucky for you, Mr. Brightglow, here they are. And he kind of gives a stern look to this teenaged human, and he, with a grin and a bow, he excuses himself quickly as Mr. Brightglow does not look to be too enthused, but again he turns his attention to you guys. Oh, well, Beau Brightglow, at your service. It is a pleasure. Head priest and official expert on all things Pelor. He kind of bows to you guys and gestures for you guys to enter and come and sit around his chapel and converse.
And this is the same guy
This is the
that we've been speaking to, the elder. I realized that we didn't ask for his name, and I was about to ask, so I think you beat me to it. But
yeah, correct. He's older human male, hunched over. He's definitely seen his better days are behind him, but he wears an immaculate white robe with a golden cord, and he wears a large golden holy symbol of Pelor around his neck, and walks with a quarterstaff in hand.
Can I make an insight check on him when they told him that we were part of the ship? Did he look happy, angry? Just get a vibe off of him.
Yeah, go ahead and give me an insight check.
21 total.
Genuine surprise is what you get off of him.
Okay.
And so he kind of, after a few breaths, he kind of turns to you and says, well, divine ways seem to have blessed us fortuitously, I think. For, you see, I am one of the greater healers here, whom skill few in these realms can surpass. These powers are granted to me by my god, the Light Father, Pelor himself. However, sometimes when the need arises, he grants me other abilities or gifts. He kind of looks to you, Gladier. Ask not how I know, my children, for I'm not entirely sure myself. But I have seen things, visions from Pelor. the Dawn Treader, specifically. The name ringing bells in my subconscious. I know that a band of criminals is greatly benefiting from the graying plight upon Borsland, and I know that they have been intercepting my messages, both magical and benign, to the Borsland Council for some time. I also know that these very criminals have sent you here, believing you to be one of them, which I do not believe you are. The leadership of Borsland would greatly benefit from my findings upon this graying, as well as would be wise to heed my advice upon the matter. He kind of slowly gets up and walks over to a table here in the chapel, and he opens a few drawers within it, and it looks to be just like he pulls out and leaves it on the table, but it is tons and tons of letters, envelopes, and various letters. And he opens another drawer, and more envelopes and more letters, and another drawer, and envelopes and letters, and he fills this whole table full of different envelopes and letters. He kind of slowly walks back over to you. He gestures to the stack of paperwork, and he says, "These are all of the written requests from around the realms. People concerned for their loved ones, worried about the graying, asking what it is and how to cure it, and there's other general information about this supposed plague. Yet none of my letters find their way to Borsland. Why do you think that is?"
Probably because you have some information about it that somebody doesn't want to know.
My thoughts exactly. Who? But nonetheless, the graying are just former shells of themselves. There's not necessarily a disease or a virus. It is a lack of experience, almost as if their very lives were just to up and leave. They have no experience nor knowledge of anything in their past. Not a single one. Not yet, anyway. Some of them do not even remember how to speak or their own names. Must be retaught simple tasks of tying their bootlaces or buttoning up their blouses. They are but children. However, once they learn a task or two, it seems to stick. It seems to retain, though some learn faster than others. But this is not a contagious disease, as those monks Borsland would have everyone believe, and they mistreat the people suffering from the graying there, greatly so, beating them, leaving them in the streets. They are still people.
Well, have you figured out what it is or just what it is not?
Well, process of elimination. We have found out greatly what it is not. It is not contagious. It is not really a disease. It must be some sort of side effect, perhaps something that is commonly ingested, or perhaps it is a proximity to something that irradiates some sort of negative energy, giving this effect upon those who now suffer from the graying. But whatever it is, it seems to leach their very personality, their life, their experiences, all gone.
You said that you can teach them basic activities. As they begin to develop those, do they Do they gain back their memories? Do they gain back anything of their former selves?
No, not one. Not that I've seen.
Logus is gonna kind of touch his ring and telepathically talk to Renwick. And is there a reason you're not telling him that your father is among the grain?
Not particularly, but quite frankly, we're not really able to trust anybody, at least at face value. So I'd prefer to play this close to the chest. It doesn't seem like he has the information we need anyway.
Yeah,
Understood. Just wanted to make sure before we said anything.
I think Glader would step up. Well, we have some. We've heard intel that this possibly originated from a Shadow Specialist slaver ship. So I'm not sure. I mean, like you said, it could be something they ingested or a magical artifact, but I'm not sure what kind of magical artifacts a slaver ship would have. So, I mean, I don't know. I feel like this might be some sort of curse or something. I'm at a loss.
We thought the same. We heard the same rumors. However, through a bit of divination, we were able to determine that the Greys make horrible slaves. Most of them not too good at any particular task. So it makes sense that if they thought it was a disease, that they would offload their cargo, if it were. But yes, as to the origin, I'm not sure. I've been healer here, head leader of at least the Chapel of Pelor for some time, and I have an old colleague who may be able to shed some more light on this graying matter, though finding her has always been a chore in and of itself. An older druid, she calls the Alliance Islands home for near 300 years now, traveling freely amongst the islands, keeping the balance, fighting things like the graying for hundreds of years. Where she has gone, I do not know, but her name is Tilinara Blackfeather, and I have been unable to reach her for some time, and she would have much insight onto what this graying actually is. She is the yin to my yang. What Pelor's graces and shining light cannot seem to find or penetrate, she seems to rustle up somehow. I have no doubt that if we put our minds together, we could come about a cure for this, or at least find what the ailment is causing all of this ruckus is.
So you're saying that if we track down an old flame of yours, you might actually be able to figure out a cure for whatever it is that's been going around.
He chuckles, he blushes. Oh, if she was a flame, indeed. Oh. But yes, find Tilinara and ask her to meet with me here. I believe we may cure this graying. Tilinara is quite popular and a powerful force to be reckoned with. It is likely some of the council members of Borsland know of her general whereabouts, as they often come to her for guidance, advice, and hire her to do various things amongst the islands quite often.
Gotcha. So head back to the Borderlands and talk to a council member. In the meantime, I have another question. So do you think this could be some. So the graying don't make good slaves, which means there's a good chance this wasn't done intentionally. You know, probably decent chance that this wasn't done to these people to try and make them better slaves. It could have been some sort of unintentional uh, consequence of something someone was dealing with. And it's not a curse because you were looking through divination magic and didn't find any curses. It's not a disease, it's not some sort of ailment. So, our leading, essentially, what you're saying is our leading lead right now is that this is some sort of side effect, whether it's intentional or not, of some sort of mystical, archaic, or arcanic device or action.
Or even poison could be.
Okay, so we got two possible leads. Alright, so you're saying we should go to Borsland and talk to the council members there, see if we can find this druid you're talking about. She might be able to help you figure out what the cause is.
Aye, she is wise, and she has been keeping balance in the islands for some time. The fact that she has not shown up to the great chapel to help assist us with these greys, nor has she seemed to make her presence known anywhere amongst the Alliance Isles for some time. It worries me greatly. She is a force of good, and she would be here, I feel, if she could. Perhaps she is lost, trapped, or simply unawares of the current state of the Alliance Islands. Regardless, we must find her.
Well, we could go
Um,
look for her, but your messages are going to have to continue to be lost for a little bit. If we go out and deliver anything, we're not going to be able to travel these islands very quickly.
Well, the messages I send to Tilinara never seem to get through, but all of the messages I send to Borsland do not seem to get through. I would simply inform the people of the truth, that the graying are not something to be feared, that they are simple folk now, and the rough and tumble life of Borsland sees many of them cast out of their home, or beaten, mutilated, or worse. I would simply spread the truth, and that is all I have asked of this courier service, is that a bit of my notes make their way to the council members of Borsland, so that they may inform the people that there is nothing to fear from the Greys. They are not infectious. They are a bit dim-witted, but for the most part harmless. It is sad to see them beaten and tossed out into the street, not cared for, not able to care for themselves. It is a plight on us all.
We could take it as an oral message, but if we leave with a written message and deliver it, our ship will be put on a list to be sunk immediately, which would hinder us of our ability to find Tilinara. And as harsh as it may seem, I think that finding her takes precedence over the treatment of those with the gray.
Indeed. Well, if that is the case, then here. And he rummages through a few things, but hands you several pieces of parchment, Locris, and this parchment, it's all written in common, easy enough to understand, but it is a good section of notes about what he has discovered about the graying specifically.
All right.
Read
Oh.
what you will, and if you return the parchments to this desk or anywhere within the chapel, I would. I'll see they get where they need to go. But read through them. There's quite a bit of information if you're passing it on verbally.
Who has the highest intelligence or wisdom?
I have pretty decent wisdom.
Hand it to Logos to read and try to remember what he can, and then we'll just hide the letters in an obvious, non-obvious spot.
Also, while he was talking, about the cure and the druid, um, and all this, I want to take another insight check, see if he's being truthful or being deceitful in anything he says.
Okay, yeah. Give me an insight check.
Dirty 20.
With that, he is not so hard to read. He kind of wears his heart on his sleeve. He's a force of wholesomeness, and you kind of almost sense it, like being around this person. His golden belt and his golden holy symbol seem to just irradiate energy, and it's like a warm, positive feeling. Like you definitely get vibes of some kind of divine goodness kind of rolling off of this guy.
And also, Logos would have want to read the letter and try to memorize as much of it as he can in case something happens to it.
Okay, yeah, it's a bunch of pretty much what you guys have already talked about. How the different experiments that they've done to determine conclusively that it's not really a disease, it's not infectious, it doesn't spread from person to person. A few other various theories on their intellectual development and how they're very childlike, incapable in most cases of caring for themselves, and how their memories kind of been wiped. Essentially, they are full-grown adults, but they have no memory of any experiences in their life ever. In most cases, they can't even speak, or they can walk and talk, but not much else.
Like my friend Locris here said, we were sent here to intercept and destroy this message, so you should hide this and keep it safe, keep it hidden. We'll deliver it verbally. Logos here got a good look at it, so we'll pass the information along, but technically we were supposed to destroy the written message, and yeah, written message isn't getting delivered.
Well, you do what you must. He kind of smiles at you beneath his big bushy beard and his little spectacles.
So I guess we're heading back to Borsland? Is that the next stop?
Well, it sounds like it's about the only lead that we've got.
I would like to hit the market to replenish a few supplies, but yeah, I think we got to go back, talk to the council, and find out if they heard anything about her.
Oh yeah, Bo, if you've got anything that you would like personally hand delivered to Borsland, now's your opportunity, because we're gonna take it straight to them, and we're gonna do it with haste.
Just tell them what I know, that the truth, that the graying are not to be feared, and they should not be harmed out of fear of the unknown. They are quite harmless, and I would see them not ravaged so.
All right.
and bring Tilinara back here. I believe with my research and her abilities, we could potentially craft a cure for this awful ailment, but her knowledge of the natural realms of things is most vital.
Anybody else have any business to finish up with the good cleric before we head out?
Well, is there anything you can do about this? And Renwick will just hold up his tentacle hand.
He gives it a quick inspection, gives it a good once over, and he mumbles a few words under his breath, and an eruption of light comes from his holy symbol as his eyes glow white and they seem to scan over you once or twice, and the light dies down and his eyes return to normal, and he kind of smiles and reaches into his robe and hands you a similar crystal to the one that he handed you to hang around Arthur's neck. He says, you too can be used in the same way as your friend. I would be careful. This will alert your allies if you are truly you. And he hands you a silver cord with a crystal attached to one end.
Logus, well, I think my buddy Gladier here wanted to ask you something, and I'll slap him on the back.
Oh, Dragonborn, it's been some time. Do sit.
Oh, yeah, okay. So we not sure if you've heard much of the recent news from the mainland, but Gordonshire, Silver Queen was slain, and we might have had a hand in that. But before she moved on from this plane of existence, it appears she laid a spirit curse on me, and he's gonna kind of like pull his, like undershirt and like armor down a little bit so he can show the faint silver handprint across his throat. I was wondering if there was anything you could do to remove or even dampen this curse at all, because it's, I can't even touch my silver coins at the moment without my hands burning.
He turns his gaze to you, and similar to his look at Renwick, his eyes glow with white light, and his pendant across his chest begins to glow and float slightly in the air. And after a short time of kind of oncing you over, it all kind of fades. Aye, child, I can help. Yeah, the choice is yours. You see, with the spirit curse, it alters things on a level that could be called almost biological. You have a choice. I can help remove this curse, or you can embrace it. And while silver may still be out of your grasp, you can use this soul curse, this altering of your DNA on a cellular level. We can use this to perhaps bring about a boon, but your call.
Yeah, could cock his head in confusion and intrigue at that last statement. What?
The price of the ritual is the same. 1,200 gold pieces ought to suffice for the material components, but I can remove the curse or simply balance it within your being.
Can you give any further details on what this balancing or boon would entail?
Well, Pelor's gifts shine differently upon all of the children of the world, so I do not know, but I know for certain it will not cure your dislike or aversion to silver.
Alright. Fuck it, I guess it can't get any worse, right? Let's try and get something good out of this curse.
I will perform the ritual, if you would have it.
Yeah, let's go with that. And he's gonna start rummaging around in his coin purse. Maybe 1,200 is a lot, so maybe like pulls out like a spare sack that he has or something, or like a handkerchief and just like tie it off, but just kind of counts out 1,200 gold pieces and hands it over.
Okay.
Later, you reach for your coin purse and it's not there.
A bitch.
As you kind of count out the coins, this Bo Bright Glow begins. He opens a book completely encrusted with a golden exterior. He lights a few incense and candles, and sets the parcel of coins aside, and brings you up to the altar, kind of in front of him, and anoints you, rather just smudges a few oils and ashes and things upon your palms and your face and your head. And he looks to you with a smile and says, "Well, I hope you're ready, Sonny. It's not, from what I hear, always pleasant." And he begins chanting some divine words, and very slowly, very gingerly, with the two extended points of his finger, one on each hand, he reaches out and touches Gladier, one finger on each palm. And as he does so, an electric shock seems to like bolt from him to Gladier, and it, with a bright blast of radiant energy, it sends Gladier flying across the chapel into the wall with a loud crash and thud. Gladier, go ahead and give me a Constitution saving throw.
Inside check.
Constitution.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
No, just kidding. I kind of expected that from a whole curse removal / reversal type thing.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Of all the times, I had so many good rolls. I rolled a 4 plus 5 for a con save. That's a 9.
Gladier, you are knocked unconscious. You are asleep. Bo turns to your friends. Sorry, it is sometimes the Dawnfather's light can be overwhelming. I would see to it that maybe he gets some rest.
Logos will run up and pop a berry in his mouth. Pop his little dingleberries in his mouth.
With a good berry, he pops up. Gladier, you come to consciousness.
No, I meant like I walk up and teabag him while he's asleep.
Oh, in that case, yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I can't imagine the teeth are pleasant.
Tread at your own risk, brother. He just kind of like, I guess, once the good berry does its work, he just like shoots up, like, into a sitting position. Oh, what the fuck? Shit. DM, how do I feel?
So as you kind of look around, conscious, Bo Brightglow with another divine whisper suddenly has a massive whip of fire, of golden light, golden flaming fire, and with a terrifying voice that seems to darken the very room that it's in a language that you do not quite understand. He cracks the whip forth at you, Gladier, and it passes right through you. Again, passes right through you. And for a third time, the whip does not seem to harm you. And the light slowly returns to the room. The whip dissipates. And a very smiling, beaming Bo Brightglow looks underneath his spectacles at you. And for the time being, Gladier, embracing your curse to silver has also unlocked an immunity to radiant damage.
Okay. Do I feel like that's... Did he say that was going to be permanent, or is that...
He essentially just struck you 3 times with a pure radiant whip of flame, and it passed through you, doing no damage, causing you no harm. You currently are immune to, at least for the time being, you're not sure, but you currently are immune to radiant damage.
Okay. I mean, I'll take that. All right. So I guess he'd literally slowly, get up after a mild panic attack in his head. And well, I guess feels like it worked. I mean, I'm not dead, so there's that. But Brightglow, Bo, Father Brightglow, what do I call you?
Well, Bo Brightglow is what my friends call me, but I have many names, but Bo is best.
All right, Bo. Well, I had one question regarding deities and such, but it's not super urgent. So if anyone else had any other questions they want to ask before we head off, feel free. But before I leave, I'd like to have a conversation with you, I think. But yeah, I guess just kind of look around to the rest of the group, see if anyone else wanted to do anything before we left.
He smiles happily.
Have you heard of any sightings of any shadow dragons or anything of the sort?
Oh, here? No. We do not delve into the other realms very often. Protecting and healing is our forte, rather.
We had just come from the university in the city I can't remember right now. There was a shadow dragon in this room. Just wondering if anyone else has seen any sightings of shadow creatures or anything that are not supposed to be here.
Not near here, but I can. It has been some time since I've left the island. It could be elsewhere.
Logos will nod his head and bow and start leaving with everyone else.
Okay, so where does the party desire to go from here?
I think Locust want to go to the
Shopping.
market, right?
Yeah, I think we're all sitting on a decent amount of gold that we somehow managed to maintain despite having Ariel on board, and we're all probably due to replenish a few things.
Okay, so as you guys, leave the temple, make your way back across the ferry to the bigger of the two islands of Heroes Perch. As you guys kind of enter the village, go ahead and give me some investigation checks.
Fifteen
13
for
for
Locust.
Locust.
It's a 6 for Renwick.
Glader would have held back to talk with Bo further, but I'm going to let them do their shopping first.
Okay, for sure. Locris, Renwick, Logos, Blade, and 11. So, as you guys go to find yourself a decent shop on the island, you quickly find that the village does not have a single store, a single business, a single tavern, no inns, nothing. The village is just that. Only houses. Houses upon houses upon houses. Not any businesses anywhere. And you soon discover the reason being the village entire existence is to house the help for the manors on this for the estates and the manors on this island. There are several large, mansion type manors visible on the outskirts of town, but these manors are very self-sufficient. They often have, their own cooks, their own maids, their own gardeners, their own ranchers, perhaps their own handymen and smithies, but there are no shops proper. All of the resources seem to be allocated to, the nobles' property on the island.
Well, shit. Guess we'll just wait for Glader and get the hell out of here.
Well, fuck that, boys. We need supplies, and there's plenty of rich people. Look at these houses. I say we go for a good old fashioned B&E.
Locust is gonna be like, bacon and egg.
Oh, he's so young and naive. He hasn't been part of a good old fashioned breaking breaking and entering yet. But
Yes, you break an egg and you use it to scoop up your bacon. And then we rob these people.
On a more serious note, it doesn't look like we'll be getting any supplies around here, boys. So I guess we better be making our way back to Borsland. Unfortunately, it sounds like Arthur's going to be staying with us, and I don't trust them to keep an eye on him. I think he's better off on the ship with us. He seems to be better at home in the water, and maybe we can get lucky and we can keep him in one of the cages, and he'll stay in there. But I mean, it sounds like next stop Borsland. It's the only place that we've got a lead for, unless anybody has any other bright ideas.
Do we have any idea where these shadow specialists are based out of?
You do not. You heard while in Hordenshire that the HQ of the Shadow Specialists is somewhere in the Alliance Islands, but nobody spilled the beans as to where.
I think eventually it'd be smart to get a little lead on these shadow specialists. They know who we are, or at least the boat we're on, and we know little to nothing about them. Might be nice to get some intel soon.
Okay, so I assume the party heads back to the ship. What did you want to talk with Bo Brightglow about there, Gladier, as your comrades are just now finding out that there's not a whole lot of way in the shops on the island.
Yes, I guess Glader would just kind of sit down next to him. So, kind of hit a bit of a crossroads with the deity that I serve, per se. My family followed Paylor and worshipped and served him, and then they all were murdered. I felt angry, and I left in horror, which I noticed there was a devil here for him. Horror found me and promised me vengeance. I got my vengeance. And then it appears that someone now wants to find vengeance against me. And horror has now become their benefactor, for lack of a better word. And I've just felt a distance growing. I mean, how can I serve a deity that actively serves someone who is out for my death? So I guess I'm just wondering, have you heard of anyone, a paladin, a holy man of sorts, returning back and being accepted?
Bo kind of thinks slightly for a moment. Well, my son Pelor's light is not for judgment. Any who embrace the light are welcome in Pelor's lands, and it is not uncommon for those peoples of the land, the peoples that Pelor loves so much, to occasionally lose the way of the light, perhaps hide under a rock or in the shadows. But if they seek it out, the light is always welcoming and is not judgmental. But whether you, whichever deity you decide to believe in, you think that the god of poetic justice would turn on one of his champions so easily? Gods work in many mysterious ways, and they can't always choose who their worshippers or followers will be, but if you have served your deity faithfully, then what reason would he have to turn you over to the clutches of your enemies? It seems like the god of poetic justice is one of those who works in mysterious ways. Poetic justice can be delivered one way or another. It depends, but rest assured, should you decide to come back to Pelor's light, he will be waiting. But I do not think your guard would be so quick to sell you out if you are a grand champion. And he kind of taps your holy symbol, with his quarterstaff on your chest. Tap tap. Do not have your faith shaken so easily, paladin.
Yeah, Glader would kind of straighten up a little after hearing that, and nod. Well, no, I think you're right, and I appreciate your insight and your wisdom, even though you're not clergyman of the deity I follow. Still assisted me, so gave me a unbiased opinion. So I appreciate it, and I will take it into consideration. Thank you.
He smiles and bows and kind of goes back to his altar, lights a few candles, and begins praying.
Yeah, I think Glader's just gonna kind of bow back to him and then just walk out of the temple and just start heading his way back towards the ship.
Okay, so an uneventful shopping trip later, the party does eventually reconvene on the Dawn Treader. A few hours have gone by, docked here at the Hero's Perch Island, and Arthur, upon returning to the boat, is beyond visibly relieved, like a deep sigh. And he marches straight down to the underside of the deck and resumes his perch on his stool, again staring against the wall in the dark underside of the boat.
As Ladier walks onto the boat, we're all in the middle of planning a heist on these rich nobles.
Now you see, we strike at night. Obviously, Logus is going to lead the way because we can't fucking see him if it's any time past dark. So he'll be the lookout and the scout. He'll clear the path. I'll pick the locks. We've got a bag of holding. I mean, it's foolproof.
Excuse me, what are you guys planning?
And
Oh,
yeah, and
nothing. Just looking to restock some supplies.
if we get caught, we can always burn this motherfucker down, and he's gonna have the flame in his hand.
No, dude, what is it with you and the flames these days? And Renwick's gonna try to like snuff out the flame in your hand.
Slap it with his tentacles.
I was gonna say he wraps the tentacles around your hand and snuffs it out.
But
So-
the tentacle is slimy. Like, does it leave us like a residue behind it as he does that?
It is kind of a mucus, yeah.
Uh, from next time, as he like brushes his hand, like to wipe his hand off in the air, you could just tell me to put the flame off. I know we're still getting used to it, but it's kind of gross. You left a lot of like gunk on my hand.
Well, given your history, I'm surprised you're not gonna go use it for lube or something. And Renwick just walks away.
Was that? He'll turn to Gladier. Was me calling his tentacle gross a little hurtful? Should I not have said that?
I mean, he kind of has a point. You know, I was thinking the same thing. He said, yeah, there was the whole Sturge situation.
Look, that was all hearsay. You've never actually caught me doing that. So it is all speculation. And
You're
if I needed
We
if
heard
I
it.
needed his tentacle goo for lube, that would mean he would have to touch my wiener, and that's gay.
All right. Well, this is besides the point. I'm just curious. Who are you guys attempting to rob here, and why?
Apparently, there's no shops here, and we are going back to see with short on some things, and locals here needed things. And Renwick just kind of threw it out there that there's a lot of nobles here with not very much presence of anything other than the nobles and their helper. That I mean, it'd be quite easy to steal some stuff if we needed to.
I mean, I can't say I'm completely on board with stealing from them. I mean, unless there's a Robin Hood situation, and I'm not sure if you've heard of the old fable of Robin Hood, stealing from the rich, giving to the poor. He was a kind of flaying in a Gordonshire old folk tale. Let's not get too much into it. But I'm just not sure. Like, if they haven't done anything wrong, but guess I'm not gonna let you guys get killed and arrested, so I'll follow along, but not quite sure how I feel about it.
You just hear from like upstairs on the deck of the ship, or I guess like the main deck. Redwick calls out. He's like, "Oh, it was mostly a joke, but it's good to know that we're rubbing off on you, you big oaf. We're not going to steal from anybody, but we've got to set sail. Last thing we need is more people raising their eyebrows and more ports. I mean, we're making a bit of a name for ourselves. I'm sure that we've drawn the eye of somebody at this point, so it's probably best that we move on to the next port. We can fish if we need to. We can generate enough food and water to get us by. We'll be all right."
Oh, thank God! I really didn't want to go to jail. All right, well, let's get push off into open waters.
As Gladier walks up the stairs to the top of the deck, and I try to swap his coin purse.
Yeah, sure. Give me a sleight of hand check versus let's say Gladier's perception check.
I'm rolling perception to see if I see him swipe it, because at this point Renwick has seen him do it a couple times, and I feel like I just like watching it happen.
Okay, yeah.
Would he see it if we're doing it as we're coming up below deck?
Ah, fuck! I rolled a 9. I didn't see shit.
Nope, not him, not Renwick anyway.
What's your
19
roll?
total.
19? God damn
14
it.
plus 5.
That means I have to roll a 19 or higher because I have a +1 to perception. If we're doing meats and beats, then I have to roll an 18. Yep, that's a 10.
Logos, you all too swiftly on Gladier's casually walking by. You all too easily snatch up his coin purse, as he walks by. No problem, unnoticed.
And I'll kind of like hurry past him and tap him on the back. Yeah, it's good we have a straight arrow like you. You know, you're a good moral compass for the group. So I'm pretty sure if you weren't here, we would have robbed people.
Well, yeah, I mean, somebody's got to keep us on the straight and narrow, right? You only do where the stands of justice. You can't go around just stealing from people with no reason. So, thank you, I appreciate that. And he's just kind of sort of like chin up in the air a little bit, like feeling a little bit better about himself after that compliment.
Logos will get to the top of the steps and kind of put the coin purse in his hand and kind of like bounce it. And, oh, I definitely agree. Wouldn't want to be stealing anything now, would we? And then he'll hurry up the ladder to the crow's nest before Gladier catches him.
All right, so party aboard the Dawn Treader. Where are you guys headed now? Technically, south side Tuscargo is the closest point the closest port on Borsland. It's about a little more than a day's travel. But where do you guys want to aim the boat? That's the closest to Borsland, but yeah, it is your guys' call. We could go around back to north side, the town where Renwick's Family Tavern is. Same island, but a little bit longer at sea.
Where would the council be at? North side, south side, dead center?
They will be in Tuscargo proper. So, north side and south side are just kind of like port towns for the major city inland. So you'd have to actually travel to the city on Borsland, which is Tuscargo.
They would be in the quarantine zone.
Correct.
I'd say we just get over there and dock and then travel by foot where we gotta go.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the map, it seems like south side Tuscargo is closer to like Tuscargo proper. And I'm sorry, which number is Hero's Perch? on the main
eight.
map.
You
Eight.
are you're
Okay, yeah. So it's a straight shot over to south side, and then we take the mainland up to what I believe is Tuscargo, number 1.
Okay, yeah. So you guys get upon the Dawn Treader and make your way towards Southside Tuscargo. For the sake of brevity, it is uneventful travel. You manage to make your way to Tuscargo, or Southside Tuscargo proper, and dock the Dawn Treader. However, the main city is still, a few hours of travel inland. You're looking at the better part of a day to get to Tuscargo proper. And so, upon docking the Dawn Treader, you are now in Southside. So what is the plan from here? You guys want to hit some shops, or you want to do shopping in the main city? Did you want to just beat feet towards Tuscargo proper?
While we were on the boat, when Logos was up in the crow's nest, he would have wanted to like reach into Gladier's coin purse and like just throw like his bronze coins at him until he realizes I had it.
Gladier, as you're going about your duties, give me a perception check.
That's a natural 20, finally.
It takes you a coin or two, but you eventually do spot that Logos up at the top of the crow's nest, taking some copper coins out of an awful familiar looking coin purse, and flipping them at you, dropping them at you outright, pitching them at you at several different angles. Sometimes he's pretty clever with it. It bounces off the a deck or off of the a mast, and then into your armor with a loud tink. A few coins later, you do realize you're missing your coin purse.
Renwick rolled a 23 perception from the helm, so I imagine he's just like trying to stifle a giggle as he's watching these fucking coins fall out of the crow's nest at Gladier.
Gladiator is going to sorry. Cast Sacred Flame. Not at Logos per se, but just like the railing of the crow's nest. It's got a 60-foot range.
Oh
And
yeah,
it's a deck, so I'm guessing the railing of a mast, it doesn't need to make a deck save.
nope, it'll auto fail.
Okay. Well, that's oh shit, I rolled max damage. Shit. Might have fucked up that railing. 14 radiant damage.
You as you're pitching coins at Gladier Logos, the the railing you're kind of sitting on, or sitting near, rather, just one side of it just completely fucking explodes, like poof, there's splinters in every direction, and a golden flaming light kind of lingers behind for briefly. But yeah, a good portion of the crow's nest is just sent into splinters.
Captain Gladier's ruining your shit as he starts casting Bending on the wood.
What are you doing?
Give me my fucking gold back.
Come up here and get it. And I'm just fixing the crow's nest as I'm.
Locris walks up, grabs Gladier, and casts the mentioned door up to the crow's nest.
I love it.
So, as you're mending the crow's nest there, Logos, suddenly a purple door opens behind you, and stepping through it to meet you face to face is a very, very large, broad-shouldered dragonborn looking down upon you.
I was just kidding. Here you go.
He just kind of snatches the gold purse out of his hands and then gives him good hard flick in the forehead, right in the center.
Then you hear down from below Renwick call out to be like, "While you're up there, fix my ship, you toothy fuck."
Oh no, Logus is on that. He's fixing this because this is his fault, right, Logus?
Oh. I guess I'll fix it. But it's not because I'm scared of you. It's because I was done playing.
Mm-hmm. He's just gonna strap his coin purse back to his belt and then pat Blokus on the shoulder. Appreciate the assist, and then kind of gingerly try to crawl down back towards the main deck.
Roll a dex check.
As you guys kind of, go ahead and give me an acrobatics check on your way down there, Gladier.
God damn it. Gonna bust my ass. How high is this fucking crow's nest? Like 20 feet in the air?
It's 20 feet, but it's a pretty low DC. It's literally, there's literally handles and things made to get up to the crow's nest, so.
I have a +0 to dex, my friend.
Nat one.
Only slightly better. 2. I mean, it follows suit with how dexterous Glader has been campaign to date.
As you walk off all huffy, confident in your getting back of your coin burst, it's only a few rungs down the ladder before you miss a step, and you do plummet pretty hard to the deck, taking 4 points of bludgeoning damage upon contact.
As soon as Logan sees Gladiator fall, he'll probably like swiftly climb down the ladder, like kind of sliding down. And you see, you shouldn't come up top where us lighter folks have an easier time, and he'll help him up.
You got to give me an acrobatics check on the way down too.
This is one of those rolls where it'd be funny as fuck if I fell. It's a 5 + 5, 10.
That's the money. As I say, it's only a DC of 10. I don't know if you can physically fail. I don't know what your dex mod is, but you make it swiftly.
I like to think like I stumbled just a little bit towards the end and try to play it off and help Gladiator up after talking a little smack.
Oh,
As you guys kind of dock here in Southside Renwick, go ahead and give me another Constitution saving throw.
That's an 8.
Renwick, you take another point of exhaustion. You're going on about 3 days with no sleep.
Yep, that checks.
I think we need to get you to an inn for the night.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little delusional. I can't say I'm quite hearing the voices that Arthur says he's hearing, but I can't imagine that a lack of sleep's going to help me fight that off. So I'm probably no good to anybody without a little bit of sleep in me. Maybe we grab a rest, do our shopping, and we'll do our shopping in the main city. We'll probably have better luck finding what we're looking for there.
Yeah, we'll get you a nice night's sleep, maybe a little massage, something that ends happily, and then we'll be on our way.
Did you suggest what I think you...
No, go ahead.
What?
Did you just suggest what I think you did?
I'm glad it wasn't the old.
Do you
He
really
offered to
think
give
now's
you
the
a
time?
happy ending.
Do you really think now's the time? I mean, there's a fucking pandemic ravaging multiple continents. It seems like I just found out that my father's alive, but he's basically a shell of a person that doesn't even remember me. My mother's missing, and you're suggesting that I go get a hand job. I think you're right. I can't do much with this right hand anymore. I'm just really frustrated, and I think I need post-nut clarity and a good night's rest.
I don't know. Have you tried it with the tentacle yet? It could be better.
Logus, you can.
Renwick
Right.
just kind of like holds the tentacles up in front of his face and stares at him for a minute. Gets lost.
I was trying to be weird. It was just a thought.
He's delusional at this point. He hasn't slept in 3 days. He's having some weird thoughts, man.
Well, come on, Captain. Let's go find the end and let's get you some lady love and some rest.
Maybe it's best that I take my rest on the ship, considering we still have to worry about Arthur, and he's sitting down there in the hull. That'll probably save us some money. I mean, it's not like we can't rest on the ship, so we're docked. We know we're safe, at least as safe as we can be.
I think you need a good night rest in the bed and some beer and some ale. If it makes you feel better, I can stay on the ship and watch. You know, I don't need rest overnight anyways.
About what time of day is it when we dock?
You're coming in probably early morning ish. Yeah, we're looking at like 9, maybe 10 a.m.
Well, Captain, why don't you get some sleep and Logus could keep watch since we all probably just got done for the night. And the rest of us will just get a quick look at the town and maybe come back with something decent to eat.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good plan because we can do Locust, Blade, and I can just do any shopping that we need as a group. Renwick, you get some sleep. Logus, you get a little bit of rest, and then also keep watch. I mean, that sounds like a solid plan to me.
Well, that's
Locust,
fine by me. I mean, we're probably only going to find the more basic supplies in this area, but stock up on the basics here while I grab some rest, and then we'll make our way up the mainland into the larger city. We'll do our more specific shopping up there, but I don't think I'm going to be of any use to you guys if I go much further without getting at least a little bit of sleep in me. And he just kind of like
Go
looks
ahead and
back
get
down at his tentacles.
Go ahead and get some rest, Captain. I got you. And Logos will walk over to Gladier and Locris, and I've been thinking, maybe you should talk to maybe the Sailors Guild or one of the other ones about maybe fortifying the ship a little bit, since we might get into some kind of fight here pretty soon. Maybe they can beef up the ship a little bit or something.
Yeah, we can see if we can find somebody to reinforce the hulls.
And I'll hand them 500 gold to put towards fixing up the ship.
Okay, for sure. So what are you guys looking for specifically? Here in Southside Tuscargo, it's a decent sized, dockside community, but it's consisting mostly of farmers and fishermen. Several docks also receive and deliver cargo. A few small local business owners operate in the area, but most do business in the city. There's a lot of craftsmen and carpenters, sailors, and like boat builders reside here, kind of awaiting for work. So is there something specific you guys are looking for besides some boat upgrades?
Well, I think we were going to look at food, water, and then Locris just wanted to take a look at any trinkets or books if he could find anything because he's only had the one and it's getting repetitive.
I think water primarily because we do still have the fishing net that we got installed that we haven't used yet. So I think food or water should be a primary concern, and then food second.
Oh yeah, these are easily things that are easily acquired, and they are much better quality than what you currently have. You know, the barrels are not rotting, full of fresh water. There is actually a choice of food rations that you could take up upon your boat rather than the dehydrated beetles that you guys have been subsiding on for days. You got your choice of salted fish, pork, some jarred and possibly even like canned goods, dry goods and whatnot that you are able to acquire if you're trying to resupply food, ale, and water upon the ship. You're looking at roughly 80 gold for a week supply.
I mean, that's not bad. Do you want to just we can just do that?
I would like to negotiate it down to 70.
Okay, you could. I mean, if you would like, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
30-20.
You find that being a little picky about what you're bringing on as far as quality of ale and quality of food. If you are willing to lower the bar just a little bit, you are capable of getting a better price. You're not quite getting top-notch cut flanks of salted pork, but salted pork is salted pork, right?
Yep. And we'll pay the 70 from Logus's gold that he gave us.
Okay, for sure. And aside from that, ship upgrades are available, but they do take a bit of time. So, what kind of upgrades are you guys looking at?
Maybe reinforced steel on the front side of the ship, maybe on the interior.
So, mechanically, what this does is you can ultimately you can get some sort of upgrades that what do they call it? Reinforces the hull and the deck and things, and essentially mechanically that is going to bring up the overall hit points of the Dawn Treader. But this would take a decent amount of time. You're looking at roughly about a week to have everything redone and everything installed. Also
We
looking at
don't know.
an overall charge of about 700 gold pieces.
Well, what do you think? I don't know how long we'll be on this island or if we're going to be needing to hop within the next day or two.
Yeah, I'm not sure. If we can't reinforce the hull, maybe we can see about getting better offensive installations. Is there anywhere anyone who could maybe possibly install a few more ballista onto the ship in like separate locations so we're not strictly forced to fire off the rear of the ship, like maybe like two on the front and then one on each side? Would that be able to be installed at a quicker time than a week?
They would be able to install a ballista pretty much anywhere on the deck that you would request. However, you're looking at about 3,000 gold per ballista, and you are still looking at 3 to 5 days worth of installation time.
3,000 gold per ballista? Jesus Christ. Are there any other sort of offensive capabilities that we can add to the ship? Maybe not necessarily like ballista, but I don't know, maybe a small harpoon gun or large crossbows, I guess, that we can purchase that we can just have stationed around the ship? I'm not sure. Like, because if we don't want to wait around a week for defensive capabilities, I think we should have something that gives us offense.
Well, I
anyone-
wonder if they're able to begin on the hull. If they have to stop after 3 days, maybe it gives us a little bit of extra defense, but not the full Monty.
True.
Maybe we can hire a wizard to stand in the crow's nest, throw spells out.
Oh, what about hiring deckhands instead of? Because
There are sailors for hire.
it wouldn't give us defense, but it could provide a little bit of offense in case something attacks us because we have an extra person, and then also it'll help with sailing if we need to sail.
It also keep somebody on the boat to watch Arthur, because I don't think he's going to be getting off, and Renwick doesn't want to leave him.
Yeah. Do you think we should look into hiring some sort of hired? I don't want just like a regular sailor either, like someone who's got some combat experience. So like a sellsword. Would there be
If
anything
you needed,
like that
if you needed
around?
stuff done on the ship, I mean, wouldn't now be the time if we had business on the island anyways?
What was that?
I said if you needed work done on the ship and it was going to take a couple of days, wouldn't now be the time anyways since we have business in the city anyways?
Well, the thought, since you reached out with your earring, is
I'm talking on my ring this whole time with me and Gladiator. I'm hearing the whole interaction going on.
with the defense, it's 7 days, but it's only a few hours to the mainland or where we're trying to go. So what if we get there and they're like, oh yeah, they're in the island 2 days south. Okay, well, now we gotta wait a whole week.
I mean, we could always pace ourselves. I mean, we already know that one day is going to go by with nothing going on because the captain needs his rest.
Oh, there's
I
no
think that,
guarantees.
true, but I think that we can find enough to do on this island to cover a week if need be. I think it's inevitable that some kind of warfare is going to happen on the water eventually. I think that we need to prepare as best we can before it happens.
So the adding onto the hull slash increasing our HP was 700 gold and would take a minimum of 5 days.
It's 100 gold per day, so it takes 7 days to improve the hull.
Could we potentially pay more for it to be done faster?
You could potentially hire multiple crews to get it done if you're willing to maybe double or even triple the price. You could get an extra amount of deckhands to come help you out. You're at this point though, you'd probably be sacrificing a little bit of privacy. Renwick's not going to be doing a whole lot of sleeping with the pulling and nailing of boards and whatnot, but you can do it.
Well, the gold that I gave you pretty much covers one day. If you two want to cover another for 1,400 total, we could potentially get it done.
Wait, I have a crazy idea. Sean, what is the range on a ballista?
160 feet.
Could we possibly feel free to shoot this down if the physics don't work out? Would there be a way to widen the crow's nest to the point where we could fit a ballista on top of it that can swivel 360. It's a fucking crazy idea, and feel free to say it's fucking dumb, but
It's totally possible. You might have to also bring along an engineer. You know, these is not a typical spot for a ballista. You might have to hire somebody a little more in the know. But money talks. If you're willing to pay, it could be done.
Party members, tell me right now if that's a dumb fucking idea and we should just not pursue it, but it just popped in my head randomly and I just thought I'd ask.
I mean, I think it's fucking rad. It is ridiculous, but it is rad.
I mean, I could always, and I have like 5,000 gold, so like if need be, I can pitch it more in between. I know Blade's got a shit ton of money. He's awfully quiet over there. I know he's a little rich. He's like a prince or something.
I don't know.
Goddamn turret on top of the
From a
map.
movie perspective, it'd be really cool. From a physics perspective,
It would be troublesome.
it would be, I mean, because you don't know how far down you'd be able to shoot it without hitting the sails.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I said I put the disclaimer
during the time of full sail. You know, while you guys are traveling, you would not be able to fire this like onto the deck. You would be cutting your own sails at that point.
And I mean, I think if we're firing it, we're not in the mood for ship-to-ship fighting, so we might want the sails out to get the hell out of town.
Okay, fair enough. It was a crazy idea, but I just, like I said, popped in my head. I was like, you know, what if? But there's probably a reason it was never done in history. So,
I mean, as a guy in the crow's nest who would probably be on that ballista, I'm down.
We'll find 2 crews to work on the hull. So that should be about 3.5 days, and have them start tomorrow. So the captain gets to sleep today, and then it's basically 4.5 days from today.
Okay, so the original price was $700 to double the crew power and half the installation time. You're gonna have to double it, so it's gonna be $1,400 for the hull upgrade.
Yeah, I'll take the 430 Logos Bill has, since I use 70 for food, and then I'll cover the rest.
I can throw some in. I'll throw in 300 to that.
Yeah, Blade will go ahead and add in some as well. Whatever you need.
All right, so
Locust and Glader took care of one crew.
Okay.
And then Blade and I could split the cost of the other crew at 350 gold pieces. Blade.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
If they're going to be working on the ship, I can tell move Renwick to an end if he wants, so he can rest.
We told him to just come tomorrow, so because I mean, by the time Renwick wakes up, we'll be needing to sleep.
Yeah.
And then we can start out in the morning. Meanwhile, we can look for at least 1 or 2 people to sit on the ship with Arthur while we're gone.
Well, we got to port in the morning, didn't we? And I just need 8 hours to rest, realistically. So,
Yeah,
or is it
so
just 1 point of exhaustion per long rest?
It's 1 point.
It's 1 point per long rest. So you will need at least
I do need
2
like
days.
a full day. All right, yeah, fair enough.
Plus, I mean, if we docked, say, at 8 a.m., it'd be 4 p.m. by the time you wake up. And getting that late of a start, we'd be camping on the woods after just a few short hours, unless we pushed it. So this just gives us the best options.
I'll have Tony up in the crow's nest and kind of link to it, and I'll probably take at least 4 hours while they're shopping. That way I can get a little rest out the way too. Yeah, that way I can stay with Renwick if I need to.
Okay, yeah, that sounds legit.
So we look for a crew that seems not too shisty.
Well, unfortunately, Shiesty's about all they got. There are a handful of rough and tumble looking sailor types hanging around the Sailors Guild looking for a bit of work. You're looking at mostly humans and half orcs, and you're looking at about 20 gold a day for their services each.
I mean, would it be theoretically possible for him to just sleep 16 hours straight and get the 2 exhaustion points, or do you have to like mechanically wake up after 8 hours?
You could technically take 2 long rests back to back to back. Yeah, it would be a majority of a day of Renwick just kind of not really leaving the cabin, the captain's cabin.
I mean, I think
Well, again,
realistically, like if he was up 3 days sailing a ship and like not resting, I think 16 hours would be no problem.
but still 16 hours on an 8 o'clock docking is midnight. And so we would need to sleep. And plus, again, Arthur would throw a complete fit leaving the ship. And Renwick doesn't want to leave Arthur unattended. So that's kind of what we're looking for.
Well, fuck it. 24 hours of sleep. Just a full day of being comatose. Wake up at 8 o'clock the next day. 2 days from now.
All right, can we insight check to see if anybody seems, a little bit trustworthy?
Yeah, go ahead and give me an insight check on a handful of sailors hanging around looking to be hired.
I'll go in on that too.
Absolutely, go ahead.
Natural fucking 20.
Well, I'm glad you did.
For a 21.
What'd you get, Locris?
6.
Locris, they're all scum. All of them. They're not a single one is trustworthy. Gladier, you get the sense that some of these guys are hard up. The graying has taken its toll on the local economy. Not a lot of able-bodied workers always, and a couple of these people probably would jump at the opportunity for a good day's labor or two. So not necessarily one way or the other. Not really trustworthy, but not necessarily untrustworthy. Just looking to make a buck.
All right, so what were we looking for? Like two people?
I would think just 2,
Okay.
they can rotate well with Arthur. Make sure he doesn't try running off or stealing the ship to go find the Kraken.
All right, yeah, so I'd walk up to two guys or 2 people. I don't know what they're, but and 2 people that are look like well able-bodied. Someone that could wrestle a tentacled halfling to the ground in case they try to escape. Just be like, all right, well, I've got about 20 gold a day for both of you. If you can make sure that one of our friends who is not currently in the right minds, they've got a ailment. It's not contagious, but they're we just need to keep them safe, and we need to make sure that they don't get off our ship. So if you can make sure that they're safe and sound and not running off and hurting themselves, I'll give you 20 gold a day, and at the end of the employment period, we'll give you an extra 5 gold each. Can you do that?
A couple of half orc gentlemen that you make the offer to do accept. Their names are Berg and Durg. and they are half-orc brothers, and they agree to your terms, and will happily accompany you to the Dawn Tretter to look at what they are to be guarding.
Are these the half-orc brothers that I tackled because I thought they stole my gold? Oh wait, no, those are full orcs.
And that was several islands away.
I wasn't sure.
You check your coin purse upon talking to them, and it's still there.
Alright, so yeah, do that.
We walk them back to the ship and let Logus get a read on them.
You need me to insight check them?
Well, just to double check, I mean,
I'll go up and welcome to the ship, gentlemen. I see that you're the hired help, and I'll kind of get a read on them, see if they look trustworthy or not.
Okay, yeah, give me an insight check.
Ooh, that is a 22.
They are very big, burly, chested, barrel-chested. They're kind of hairy arms. They don't seem like they're too bright, but there's a whole lot of muscle behind them. And as far as you could tell, they seem pretty honorable as far as pirates go. I wouldn't necessarily tempt them with your leaving your coin purse out here or there, but they look strong, capable, and genuinely happy to get a little bit of work in on these dire times.
I'm gonna test their loyalty by turning around after introducing myself and show them, show them the ship and all that. I'm gonna turn around and accidentally, quotation marks, drop my coin purse to see if they return it or not.
Okay, give me a deception check.
Surprise, surprise! I got a +0 to deception. That's not bad. 16 straight.
You don't sell the accidental dropping as well as you thought, and they are well aware that you're giving them some sort of test, and they do return your coin purse to you.
Oh, thank you, gentlemen. It's so hard to find trustworthy work these days. I appreciate it, and I'll just give a thumbs up to Lucas.
all right. So walk them down to where we have Arthur sitting, and So this is the gentleman. He's unfortunately not in the right mind right now. So just make sure that he stays safe. Keep an eye on your backs. That's the extent of it.
We'll post up here, and he puts a little stool outside the door, where the room where Arthur kind of likes to hang out, and they set up a quick patrol. They talk it out right in front of you, and they seem to be capable and set out to guarding the ship as well as Arthur as best they are able. And with that, gentlemen, I think that is where we're going to have to end our session for the night.
Fucking wild.
Damn, Renwick. Finally meet your dad for him to be all fucked up. That's tough.
Yeah, that hurt. I kind of expected him to be sick, and it gonna be more of like a, hey, I'm on a time crunch. Can you fix this? And instead, Sean just ripped my heart out.
Yeah, the whole come back to the chapel later, or
Yeah, just and he rubbed it in, and it just why?
Right feels.
Why, man? That's just first you take my hand, then you take Arthur. Now you take my dad.
I don't know. He took your hand, but he gave you some tentacles.
I know they just haven't come in handy quite yet. Give it time, though. I have
Yeah, just
some creative ideas.
just wait till Logus pulls out his secret hole again.
Ooh. My secret hole is always open to you fellas. Man, Sean, for sure. I thought when you said a powerful druid, I thought you were about to bring my Logus's mother into this.
Thought so too.
I was like, do not say her name, please.
Well, you know me. I like to write tragedies, so dead people can't cast spells. No, I'm just kidding.
Damn, dude.
Yeah, that was a good session. Oh man.
I don't know about y'all, but I really enjoy the little hijinks that our little group gets into.
Oh, me too.
I
Yeah.
figured I like fucking with Gladiator because he can't see shit.
Yeah, I like that we have these running jokes that we fall back on, and like like it always circles back around. I enjoy the banter quite a bit.
And now you know. Next sacred flame is aimed towards you and not a banister.
Man, you have more. You probably have a better chance of hitting the railing than you do me. Because I know that Sacred Flame's a deck saving.
Oh yeah, I
But
know. At 100%.
I
think
think your DC like 13, 14 right now.
Oh, my sacred flame deck save is a 12. So you'd have to like literally roll a nat 1 probably to fail.
I have a +8 to deck save, so I would have to roll a 3 or lower.
Yeah, 3 or lower.
I could see you like lighting up the crow's nest, and then he passes, but you've got like sacred flame all over the crow's nest. So it's like he does like a swan dive out of the crow's nest, like I made it, and then like lands on the deck or in the water or something. Like,
Or you miss and light the sail on fire or some stupid shit.
Gladiator burns the boat down.
Just give me my fucking gold back.
All right, fellas, I gotta head out. What's up?
Just for record keeping, did I get my 2 long rests in, or is that going to basically be the start of next session?
One for sure, but we'll pick up after that on next session.
1 heard. Cool.
All right, gentlemen, keep in touch on the socials and stuff. I'm gonna take off, and we'll do this again soon.
Sounds great. Take it easy, guys.